snowing a lot outside, but I have a sandwich, so saves me from having to take another break. Okay, let's get back to things. It is nice to see that we got the forges back up and running. I'm curious, what stockpile is this going into? You're on your best behavior? Hell yeah. I trust all of the hot gossip happened while I was gone, yeah? So, am I going crazy? Because I just saw a bunch of items appear here, and then they all disappeared. What happened? I wonder if someone came and collected their stuff. Like, oh, sweet, use clothing. Awesome. He left a sock in the doorway. That's going to bring the whole fort down. We'll never recover from this. Oh. You know, maybe why they disappeared. So, items degrade if they're left out in Dwarf Fort, right? If an item is put into a refuse stockpile, they degrade, I think it's 10 times faster. And clothing degrades pretty quick. So I'll bet you them disappearing was quite literally like... Yeah, which is also why it was a real bad thing that in the first version of this game, the first thing it told you to make was an everything stockpile, and the everything stockpile included refuse, which meant in the very first version of the tutorial of this game, you'd make an everything stockpile on all your clothing, and everything would just, like, fall apart. So, like, it would be optimal for me to not let them put iron in here, but it's easier to just do this than melting it down. Elfie was unrespectful. Oh, no. They will not just gather fruit without you putting a zone there. They will only pick up fruit if you put a zone there. That, and there is no other way to gather fruit from trees without the zones. It's quite literally the only way to do it. No. There's something about the flat versions of emotes that's never going to get old. They will be funny for all eternity. In my humble opinion. Ooh. Scholar Gazoom has discovered the migratory patterns of creatures. Gazoom has made a discovery. Well, they do want to be with family and acquire something. They just made a great discovery. Although they are ashamed upon wearing tattered clothing. They need new shoes and a new cap. What do we have in abundance? Silk, shoe. Actually, let's do caps out of silk. And let's just check tanned hides. Leather shoes. Let's do leather shoes. Just 100. Baby Blueford, you used to be rich. Congratulations. Yeah, no, all that clothing's already gone, so I can make this stockpile way smaller. So because this is my trash, officially now, let's build a little wall around it, just so that it, you know, looks like trash. Ah, we'll just use diorite, that's fine. Because, I mean, why, you know, make other dwarves look at the trash bin from the outside? And I could do it this way. And, you know, kind of corner it off and give it its own little flooring thing. New Game Plus. Channel points, New Game Plus. You mean doing it again? It's kind of how that reads to me. Okay, so currently they're all set to ready, which is good. That's where I want them. And you, dwarves up here. Just need to wait for these to get built. Once again, here I am hitting the R button. I didn't used to do this. I did not used to have this problem of constantly somehow fat thumbing R, but I've started doing that. I don't know. Maybe the game thinks I'm a pirate. Also, so my neighbors above me recently have been drilling. I don't know what they're drilling. I don't know if they're hanging stuff up. I don't know what the purpose for this drilling is, but they've been doing it quite a bit recently, and it's very annoying. I really hope that, like, they just had a kid or something and they're, like, hanging up baby photos. You know, something wholesome and not, like, they're just drilling on the walls because, I don't know, something's damaged and it's about to start leaking water on me or something. You know, just general concerns of fear. Yeah, no, this snowstorm has made my life significantly more convenient, actually. I know that, like, snowstorms probably make life less convenient for most people, but I was supposed to meet the person who actually owns my apartment this past week. Didn't happen because of the weather, and so that whole meeting got canceled. Good for me. And I even got, like, the inspiration to clean my bathroom because of it. So, you know, it was good for me in the long run because, one, I didn't actually have to meet the guy who owns my unit. And, two, you know, it's just less annoyance and I could just stream throughout the whole day. Second thing that happens is then my doctor cancels doctor's appointment and makes it a phone call appointment instead. And suddenly I just have a phone call appointment instead of a in-person appointment and can stream all day. So this, I would argue that this snowstorm has been nothing but benefit to me so far. Heater is stuck on. Time to drill some holes. Oh God, you're giving me anxiety just by reading that sentence. Thank you. Not really, but like, geez. They're just like bolting space heaters to the wall because their like heaters aren't working. Also, it appears it is time to trade with the dwarves again. Holla freaking Luya. Do I enjoy Dwarf Fortress, or do I just stream it because it's my job? I enjoy Dwarf Fortress. I mean, like anybody, there will be points where I'm kind of tired of it. But that's just any job. Do I enjoy Dwarf Fortress by itself? Yes. I'm quite happy that I'm lucky enough to be able to stream a game that I enjoy streaming. I think a lot of people end up in this crappy spot where they have to play a game that they don't enjoy playing. I do actually enjoy playing Dwarf Fortress. Obviously, there will be points where I get tired of it and want to do something else for a couple of days. And usually what ends up happening is I just stream something else for a couple of days. But yeah, no, I would be a very unhappy person if I didn't enjoy the game that I streamed. I think it's like anything else, right? It's a mixed bag. If you play a game a lot, generally one would hope that you'd enjoy it. And I do generally enjoy it. I'll tell you this, I don't enjoy making tutorials. I make tutorials because it is the best form of content to bring people into a game and help people learn a game, and also people watch them, and they watch them a lot. So that is if I were to point at any part of my job, it'd be like, I don't like that part. That would be the part that I don't like. I don't like having to make tutorials. I do it, and I try not to complain, but I do not enjoy making tutorials. No, I mean, obviously, lots of people like my tutorials. Whenever I state this, it's like, whenever I state this, people are always like, I like your tutorials. It's like, I'm aware. Lots of people do. Thank you. I'm very happy that you like them. But that's the part of my job that I don't like, right? I think, like, it doesn't matter how much you like your job or how much you enjoy the process of the day-to-day of a job. There will be some part of your job that you don't like, right? You know, like, you could be a pilot, but, like, hate the process of having to get to the airport, right? You could be, I don't know, what's a job? You could be a baker, right? Maybe you have you work in a bakery, you love being a baker. You enjoy the people you work with, you like everything about your job, but you hate the fact that you have to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I really like streaming video games on the internet. I like making content. I like entertaining people. I like the game that I get to play primarily for that job. I like the people that I get to meet, the people I get to talk with, the entertainment I get to provide. I feel good about the interviews I make. I don't like making tutorials. They're just a lot of work. You know, I'm going to be completely honest with you for a second here, Shutterbug. I've heard the name Lockheed and Martin before. I've heard that name before, and I've read that name before. I have no idea what they do. Like, absolutely none. Zero clue what they do. I've also heard that about the war crime stuff, but I don't know what was involved or what happened. Military contractors? Gotcha. Okay. Also, this is great. Books are contraband? I'm not allowed to export scrolls? Who's my noble who's saying that? You're a smart mobile. I like you. And nobody's... Wait, hold on a second. How come scrolls are blocked if I... It's weird. Aerospace company. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, I used to know a guy who worked at EA Games. He did social media for EA Games. He was a friend of mine for a couple of years. I haven't talked to him in like 8 or so. But at one point, he was doing social media work for EA Games. And he used to always bitch about how he hated the company he worked for, but liked the job and liked the people he worked with. Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? There are responsibilities and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend for elevation? Now the fun choice. Who of you wants to be a noble? We need somebody who is happy. And I want somebody who dreams of attaining a rank in society. Hold on. I have a question. Damn it, you dream making a great discovery. I was going to say, also, you haven't joined the fortress properly, have you? I don't think. Can I make the goblin one? don't think I can. Dang it. Did you get dwarfed? Yeah, I gave you a dwarf and ender. You think that you did good as a doctor? I want somebody who dreams of attaining a rank in society, so... You dream of crafting a masterwork someday. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that person was a resident or a citizen, but it says that they're monster hunters, so... Well, that's unfortunate. You should be nicer to the elves that live in your fortress. Napalm sideburns. What about your... mastering a skill. You dream of mastering a skill. Dreams of raising a family. Mastering a skill. I realize I'm just looking at random dwarves, but I'm looking for a dwarf that wants to attain a rank in society. I know I had a few of them. They may have died, but... Because attaining a rank in society is a pretty rare dream. I'm amazed that this dwarf is still alive, by the way. Well, it depends. Are you letting them do anything else? Because if elves are in your fort, right, and you have them chopping trees, the act of them chopping trees is not going to inherently make them mad. The chopping of trees thing is not a genetic elven trait. It's an elven faction mandate, basically. So it's basically a human who lives on Earth, who is born in, I don't know, a country, let's just say, that is very good at brainwashing its citizens into believing a thing is true, even though it's not. Or let's just say a country that is really, really good at watching the people who live there. And because they're so good at watching, they're very good at following every single thing that they do, which can twist their goals in life to be specifically what the government wants. Think about the elves that way. So if an elf is living in the Dwarven society and was born and raised in Dwarven society, then they will have the same goals and ethics as a dwarf because they were born and raised in Dwarven society. If an elf was born in Goblin society, then they would have the same ethics. Perhaps they were born in Elven society. Then they can get this thought in their head, possibly, that they don't like the society that they're lived in. So they can actually leave and become a wanderer. And if they leave and become a wanderer with your fortress, then that usually means that they've rejected their home faction. So if they're getting a sad thought from it, what's the exact sad thought that they're getting? Are they getting a sad thought specifically that says from felling trees? Or are they getting sad thoughts because they're not filling their other needs? I mean, if you take a dwarf and get them to do literally nothing but fell trees, it is pretty likely that they'll get upset with time because they eventually would want to, socialize or do other things. If you hold any character in Dwarf Fortress away from the act of doing other things, they'll get upset. I found one. In Fragrance. Siege Operator, legendary military dwarf of the spicy vulgarity. Let's see, what do you want? And other jobs are enabled? That's interesting, because I haven't seen that before, and I've also made elves into woodcutters. That being said, as a fortress overseer, you should be kind to your fortress members. What do you want with life? I'd also like to see a screenshot of that, because I've literally never seen that before. It's platinum, raccoon leather, goat horn, color beige, waves, boxes, and large gems. Boxes are not bins. They're chests. All right. No, I'm asking you for a screenshot because I'd like to see it because I'm curious to see the wording of it because I've never seen that before. But if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. And I'm not stating that you need to do that right now because if you've already disabled it, it sounded like you hadn't. I was hoping you could snap a screenshot because I was assuming you were just looking at it for the first time. However, if that's not the case, then, well, whatever. Move on. Life goes on. Sometimes you can also get dwarves that get grim satisfaction from killing something. They can get upset enough and mad enough at their lives and angry enough and nihilistic enough that they actually get satisfaction from murdering things. But it's a pretty rare combo. And they have to have very low empathy for that to ever actually happen. There you are. The world is the same as ever. What do you request of our merchants? Please bring me wood. For the love of all that is dwarfy, please bring me wood. You have 90 seconds. I'll be generous. Hail, angry snail. I mean, you are absolutely a snail, thus meaning we should be generous. Because you only have so much time. Can I sell quivers? What's in the box? You mean? So yeah, if a dwarf commits a crime, right? And let's just say they hurt Urist, and Urist has 12 family members in the fort. Every single one of those family members are going to get upset because a family member was injured by or hurt by a criminal or wronged by a criminal. That is a thought that they can get, Shutterbug. And then if you convict that criminal, then they all get a positive mood. Also, any dwarves that heavily value the law that just happen to be in the fortress, they also get positive moods. I don't name forgotten beasts after people. If you would like a dwarf specifically, I could give you a dwarf, but I will not give you a forgotten beast. I only name fortress citizens after members of chat. Okay, so let's... Quivers. I obviously need some, but I don't need this many. I mean, look how many quivers I have. Holy shit. Holy... That's a lot of quivers. I will keep the rock quivers because those are kind of cool. Can Walnut also take a dwarf? Why do you guys have to ask for dwarves while I'm in the middle of something where I cannot help or assist you? It's like I'm in the middle of something right now. Now I'm asking me for dwarves. There's a reason why I generally only name dwarves when migrant waves happen, outside of rare exceptions. So I think in this case, I will wait for a migrant wave now. There's multiples of you. Which shouldn't be too long from now. So unless you're like about to leave, I think I will wait until the next migrant wave before we name more dwarves. Oh yeah, no, I mean like there's a lot of people who are just like, it's really funny. I'm just gonna convict like this bunny rabbit of all the crimes. It's like, well, sure, but the dwarves aren't dumb. They will, in fact, rebel against the player by killing each other if you do that. Oh, that's adding a lot more items. I have cheesy poofs? What's a cheesy poof? You know, I've heard of walnuts, but has anybody ever seen or heard of a floor nut? Speaking of rocks, we've got another rock. The rock Kirar, Astamsmug, Belal, has come, a bird of prey so large it dwarfs many dragons. All beneath its mighty wings should fear the sky. Where is it? It's got no relationships. It's killed 60. It's got 66 notable kills and 51 others. Killed a lot of dismal hunters. It killed a kobold dismal. Okay, someone is making intelligent undead kobolds. Also just kobolds. God, this dude like killed an entire like family of kobolds. In 63, started killing kobolds. Dude's just inflating his kill count here. He's also the famous. Kirar Doonfog's the famous. Von Galactic, thank you much for the raid. We are currently getting attacked by a giant burb. We are gonna horribly kill this thing. Because I have no way of catching it. I love it when people are just like, you should just catch it and raid it and train it. It's like, sure, I would, absolutely, if I had a way of doing that, because I've got nowhere to put it. And also my fortress is very open, which means there is really no way for me to do anything aside from kill it. So let's hope that we can get to it before it gets to our dwarves. I'm not even remotely set up to defend against airborne creatures. Airborne creatures, I guess. Okay, let's flying. Diving down pretty quick. Oh, bolts are flying. There it goes. Military, I put the military in a good spot. It decided to come down to our level, which is very kind of it. Still hasn't been hit by any bolts. Okay, now it has. It's now bleeding. Flying bolt hits it in the right wing, bruising the bone. And the dwarves should like just dogpile it in a second, right? Okay, it's been hit again. Let's just tell all of the dwarves to kill it, since they're all right here anyway. A rock rolls away from a bronze bolt. Militia captain stabs the rock in the leg with his iron spear, chipping the bone. A ligament has been torn. Just in the Discord, if possible. The real angry snail. So that's a weird way to word it. The iron bolt strikes the rock in the head, fracturing the skull. Yeah, it's dead. All right, well, the dwarves kill it. We shall butcher it. It shall be delicious. I am looking forward to the consumption of this creature. Anybody want some rock wings for dinner, chat? They're what we call jumbo size wings. Let's take a peek. I'm just curious to see what the wording of it is. Unhappy after felling a tree. That's interesting. Ya big meanie. I think the actual concern here isn't the felling a tree though. It's the fact that there's like dead bodies literally everywhere. I think that's the bigger issue. This tells me that you have more problems, but rock feet? The statement of rock feet sounds weird. Anyway, Wad Jess has been possessed. Wow, they're still unloading. It would be a good offer to the god of death. You're sure the skull would take care of it? Oh yeah, true. We should also make another totem out of it. I have to finish trading first, though. That shouldn't take too much longer. There we go. Let's trade all of this for the whatever the heaviest things they have are. Probably all the logs, right? I guess the fire clay. I wish they wouldn't bring clay, because that stuff's so heavy. So I'm giving them a huge amount of value. Rocks are scary because they can dodge your military and head straight for the vulnerable citizens. Certainly. I don't think rocks are even remotely scary. I also they're kind of a pain in the ass to train. I've had a lot of issues with them being not lustful and very uninterested in making babies. I've tried to breed them before and found it rather bothersome. And I've also found them to be like not great once they are trained and tamed because the military tends to just kill them anyway because they're titans. I don't know if that's been fixed, but it at the very least was an annoyance back in the day. So I just training rocks is meh. ROC, not ROCK. This is a weaponsmith, and this weaponsmith is now Walnut Bag. Walnut Bag has a strong sense of duty, is somewhat quarrelsome, and is bothered by this. Since she values friendship, she often acts with compassion, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is often nervous and doesn't often feel envious of others. She could be considered rude and is quite ambitious. She often feels lustful, and she has a greedy streak, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she tries to do things correctly each time, and her hands become animated when she gets angry. She dreams of raising a family and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. And likes magnetite, black bronze, and red beryl. You got plenty of family in the fortress, and your husband is also in the military alongside of you. Welcome to the fort. Cheers, Street Boo. You're gonna head out pretty soon? All right, we'll get you named too. Queetzal Coat Lusnorthropy. Jesus Christ, that's a username and a half. I was going to call you Quetzalcoat, because that's way easier to say. Quetzalcoat is deliberately cool to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. I think that this should actually be Snail. To those unfortunate to be subject to his sadism, he feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him, forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, isn't given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, has a strong sense of duty and is very ambitious, always looking for a way to better his situation. He is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and he's conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he tends to think before acting. He often feels envious of others and doesn't handle stress well. He likes to brawl, and he is slow to trust others. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he's cheerful after gaining a sibling in 139. So you have a 2-year-old sibling. He dreams of attaining a rank in society and personally values a harmonious existence. Well, you missed out by 15 years. I like this dwarf. The best way to get what you want out of life is to work for it. Get to it, Quetzal. Make a dwarf proud. I need my broker to get back over here. Was vaguely similar to your own. Turns out that happens. A lot of factions tend to have relatively similar personalities. This faction has a lot of cruel dwarves too, which I think is kind of funny. All right, let's just get the sheets and books sorted. I need 2. Obviously trade for more heavy stuff. Trade for the bolts, because I can. Let's also grab these bins, which aren't that heavy. I don't think I'll be able to trade with them, the rest of this stuff. Yeah, looks like I won't. Brought a sheep and a rooster. Well, I can trade for those. Trade for those barrels. Rum, wine, and ale. Hopefully your dwarf doesn't die. Here's hoping, right? No guarantees, though. Well. Okay, so I'm just going to start removing iron helms. Because these are all 7 apiece. Won't be too hard for me to just remove a bunch of these. So all of these ones that have the little doohickeys on either side that aren't yellow are ones that goblins brought. The ones that don't have those, I made and are more valuable, which I think is kind of funny. Like, the helms that I made don't have the image of the goblin society on them, and on average seem to be worth a little bit more. Maybe it's also because, like, a goblin didn't get their head, disassembled within it. Sup, Proxy? Slightly used, yes. Slightly stained, potentially. May still contain brain matter. Not for the faint of heart, I suppose. Although at the same time, we got rid of a lot of crap, so that's good. So much stuff's got to go away now. Lots of food. The amount of gold. Yeah, true. They're probably completely encrusted with gold dust at this point, right? Okay, so I need to set up for a noble now. I also need to dig out an area out here for trading. This is going to be our trading spot right here. Not stairs, obviously. Eventually, we'll get both of those things done. I also need to go up to here. And this up here is going to be office and dining room for my new noble. Office, dining room, and maybe tomb. Only have 90 olivine. I don't use olivine. What do I have? I have an abundance of anything. Quite a bit of chalk. Chalk makes nice outer walls. Same with granite. Let's use chalk. Although, honestly, I do think the goblin ones should be worth more, purely because they do have, like, images encrusted into them, whereas mine don't. Exclamation point VODs is where all the streams go. They're also archived on this Twitch channel, so you can just jump to the VOD on the Twitch channel. But it takes a little bit. But if you want to get it right now, I would recommend just, like, tabbing over to... I click on the stream, my stream's icon. The stream might pause, but then open up the VOD from today, and you should be able to skim back just a couple minutes. You think you will make a library out of it? Yeah, I mean, I like making gold furniture. If I have a surplus of gold, it's like the main thing that I make in this game is just furniture. I'm kind of thinking about making part of the walls in here out of copper. Been a 2-second delay between YouTube and Twitch. That's good. The thing that I'm actually really looking forward to is Twitch currently has a beta running, which is AV1 encoding is one of the features that's going to be coming with that. And I have the capabilities to render AV1 for streams. So there is a possibility we might actually get better bit rates in the future, which is nice because I have the internet for it, and I also have the graphics card to encode it. And it's not like this game is very demanding on my graphics card or anything, so. Although I don't know how that's going to work for streaming to multiple platforms. I may actually not be able to do that. Because I know YouTube supports it. I don't know if YouTube streams support it. Assuming most of the building constructions are, yeah, they're running straight out to do this. Oh, look at that. That was quick. The hillocks of Bird Eye. No, Bird Die. There we go. Bird Die was half a day's travel to the southwest. Looks to your thriving economy, and it has been incorporated into your holdings. I just realized I need to butcher that rock. Hopefully it hasn't rotted yet. Butcher an animal. Necrid Plays is going to butcher the animal, so there we go. It sure did. Yeah, no, I feel like those names are unrelated, but it would be awesome if they were. The likely thing is that those names are very likely unrelated, but it'd be really cool if they were related. My very complex construction projects are getting done. There we go. Let's butcher this bird in the name of Bird Eye. And also, I have to make large gems. Okay, so we have 20 meat right now. I wonder how much we'll get from this. Hopefully a good chunk. I think it's like roughly 300 they tend to have. Okay, so we got 2 prepared rock eyes. Okay, 58 lung, 14 units of heart, 87 units of intestine, 29 rock liver, of course rock tripe, naturally, 14 rock sweetbread, 14 rock spleen, 28 rock kidney, gizzard stones, 28 prepared rock gizzard, and feathers, meat, nervous system, 29 units of brain, obviously it's skull, and 575 meat. Damn, that was a fat rock. It's gonna make some tasty wings. Tastes like chicken? Yeah, actually, I wonder, do you think that, okay, I would assume that rock is probably not like chicken. Rock is a bird of prey, right? So it's probably closer to like an eagle or a falcon, which is a pretty lean bird. So my suspicion, oh my God, and also what Jess grabbed the bones for her artifact. Oh, that's gonna be rad. Grab 271 bones. How much do those bones weigh, Jess? 3,477 units. Boulder, for reference, is what? Okay, well, gems is 120. What about a boulder? 292. And there's also this giant mole just running around, because, you know. This is going to be our second rock skull totem, actually. Or is just very, very talented at stacking things in her arms. I already have a trained giant mole. I have to catch that one in a cage. If it decides to stumble into one of my cage traps, then sure. Do you have any idea how happy it would make Twitch chat if we just had the ability to instruct hunters to go catch an animal? Assuming it wasn't like the large... I guess maybe like the limitation there would be like it wouldn't be able to be a large variant or like something that's actively hostile, but like a non-hostile random animal that's around. That'd make Twitch chat so happy. Because then I could actually be like, yeah, fine, I'll make that into a pet. But if it happens to stumble into one of my cage traps, I'll consider it. Rock Skull Totem number 2. You're very tired and do need some sleep too. How dare you sleep? I'm sorry, Salva Daddy, you died. We'll see you later, Laya. Take care of yourself. Snooze good. You died in one of the big brawls that broke out. Yeah, it was unfortunate. So now I've got 2 Rock Skull Totems and also a Forest Titan Totem. I think it's this one. Yes. Gloves is going to go put item on display. I mean, you did watch the stream today, Lyle. We'll see you when we see you, dude. Take care of yourself. Have a good week. Here's hoping better week than last week. Ugh. Unexpected surprise yawn. So that gives us a bigger collection. So we've got Rock Skull, Rock Skull, Forest Titan, Rock Skull, Forgotten Beast. Got an interesting dinner. You decide to mix up a gin and tonic and have it to have after dinner, and the bottle of tonic water I bought exploded everywhere when I opened it up. Oh. As in, like, the bottle shattered and broke? Or as in, like, just fizzy water went everywhere? Like, you know, when you put, like, Coke and Mentos together type deal. Sounds like something got a little bit too pressurized or shaken around, right? Shooken? I don't think shooken is a word. But, sounds like something got jostled. There's a better term. Shaken, definitely. You love watching an ant colony and these little dwarves, pets running around makes you happy. You need to start a self-sufficient fort so you can just run it on another monitor. I mean, it might be worth looking into the DF hack stuff that just makes Dwarf Fortress play itself if you really want to do that on a second monitor. Although, unless the satisfaction of making the self-sufficient fort is part of the fun for you. This is mildly annoying to me. I think I'm just gonna make a doorway going out this way. Because I need those things down there to go away.
I just wanted my alcohol to get through the non-working day loudly crying.
You just bought it, definitely didn't shake it, but have a feeling someone else did. Probably, if I had to bet, some asshole at the place you bought it walked up to it, grabbed it, puts it back, you know. That sucks. Are you still able to make a gin and tonic, or is the bottle totaled? Had enough for a drink. Well, that's good. Hey, Hobo. And also, thanks for the dollar and bits, by the way. Yeet. If I scroll through the entire day, that brings the total on bits to $3.95. I've made $3.95 in bits today. And you were most of it, Big Bang. Doing all right, Hobo. Today's stream got extended because we have so much snow that my doctor canceled my in-person appointment. Thanks for the $4 and change. Appreciate you. My doctor canceled my in-person appointment, and so I had a phone call appointment, which, you know, cool, I suppose. I'm actually not sure they could get to that. Just give them a second little way. Wink. We'll get out there eventually. Let's work on that bedroom. Or the space for the noble, rather. I should give the nobles a patio. That's something I should do. Fortunately, I might look old and act old and sound old and call myself old sometimes, but I ain't that old. Maniac. We won't judge. I mean, there's nothing to be judged here. It's not even the kind of doctor I saw. It was an appointment with my endocrinologist, which, much to my frustration, makes random people in my chat ask, "Are you trans?" Which, no, I'm not. I'm a type 1 diabetic. The other kind of patient endocrinologists have. Nope, that's a term that diabetics do not enjoy. So, I mean, if you want to go making those jokes, make them in another room. Not around me, please. Come on. Okay. Some people make jokes to cope. I don't find those jokes humorous. Man, the game just tabbed out real weird, and I thought it crashed, but it didn't. On your 40th birthday, hey, you know, get it all done at once, right? Still mortal? Unfortunately. I wonder where most of my miners are digging currently. All the way out here. Got so many. Okay, so I screwed up. I made all these priority number 1. I genuinely thought I was making them like a much lower priority than I was. What Jess has created a Turstun Arist, a copper short sword, and offers it to the pointy rock of artifacts. Well, it's used a lot of bones. Not something you thought that you'd read today. Getting old jokes. Actually, no, let's just do this way. This will speed up this process quite a bit. And they can still finish these upper layers, that's fine. No, it's not DF hack. Literally just click this button. So nobody clicks this button. Just click this button. People have asked me if that's a DF hack feature for years. It's been a vanilla feature since 2016. And click the arrow. The only feature that I'm using from DF hack is the search functions. So everything else is the vanilla game. So if you see me using a menu that requires me searching, so if you see me going here and going, that's DF hack. That is the only thing that I use that's DF hack. Everything else is vanilla. Now you find out. Could have looked it up on the wiki. The Dwarf ruler just arrived and you don't have a room ready? Ah, it's fine. I'm sure you can wait for a couple months. After that, though, things will get serious. This is a copper short sword. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rose-cut onyx opals and studded with copper, and decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of oval brown zircon cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pyrolusite and menaces with spikes of rock bone and pigtail. On the item is an image of millstones in brown zircon. Does it? Oh. I'll be honest. I haven't played the new tutorial. I made it like 20 seconds in and was like, what am I doing? This is a waste of time. Like, I was actually planning on playing it before Premium launched and then reviewing it. But I made it like a couple minutes in and I was like, this is a massive waste of time. I did not realize I had so many... They actually managed to get these artifacts up into here. Hold on. Can I actually get them to place these now? Mining dimensions are not in vanilla. No, there's a reason it says DF hack on that feature. I guess that's technically the other feature that I use that's DF hack related. I also use some Burrows DF hack related things. But literally the only UI tweak I have is searchability. I know that DF hack lets you do other priority things like build priority and stuff, but I don't think that stuff's necessary. Like at all. What was it? Mace? So I tried to get them to put this mace onto this pedestal before, and they would never do it. But they finally apparently managed to put the stuff up here, so I'm curious if they'll actually do it now. Because that would mean after years of them refusing to do the thing, they do it. Sweet. Okay, so I was correct. They literally... Wait, no, you didn't. Back to the same problem. Yeah, actually, hold on. I think it is. I think it's back to the same problem. For some reason, they really don't like putting artifacts that aren't owned by the fort into... They really don't like putting artifacts that aren't owned by the fort on display for some reason, and I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier today, use DF hack for whatever you want. There's a reason the software exists. So they will just do this one at a time and work their way all the way down. And then they'll go start doing other things. It's good. I'm actually curious. Did this achieve your goal? Dreams of attaining a rank in society in this dream was realized. Look at that! I don't believe I've ever successfully pulled that off before. That's cool. Also want to pray to the escorted. What religion is that? Doctrine of judging? It should give you your own private temple. All right. I'm also going to priority number 1, deconstruct this. Probably take a minute, but that's okay. So let's go around. Granite. 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 And granite. So this is going to be 3 rooms. It's going to be dining room, bedroom, and tomb. So dining room, bedroom. Oh, let's do dining room, bedroom, and this can be tomb. You're probably hungry due to having not eaten in 22 hours. Yeah, you should probably have a late breakfast. That's just my opinion, because breakfast food better than dinner food, especially if you haven't eaten in a while. So if you haven't eaten in a while, I would recommend late breakfast. But that's just my biases speaking, because I like eggs and bacon and whatnot. Although I haven't had bacon in ages, so that's a lie. But I do like eggs and toast. Yeah, exactly. Scrambled eggs, bacon, and beans. There you go. What dream was realized? Dreaming of attaining a rank in society was realized, because they are my because I made them my baron. I wanted to find a dwarf who dreamed of attaining a rank in society, because it's one of the hardest dreams to achieve, aside from like maybe making a great discovery or seeing the great natural places of the world. Yeah, I'm not actually sure how to achieve the great natural places of the world thing. It's probably like an adventure mode thing. True Freak, hello, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Scrambled eggs, mushrooms, and bell peppers. Ooh, yeah, I mean, or just, you know, like an omelet. Can't really beat an omelet, or you know, even just like a scrambled egg sandwich. You know, it's really like schlocky shit content, but one of my favorite series on the internet right now is the series that Gordon Ramsay has been doing recently, where he just cooks he cooks breakfast with celebrities, basically. Like he travels around and just makes scrambled egg sandwiches, right? That's his whole thing. It's always the same recipe, and he teaches them how to make the recipe, makes them make their own. They eat theirs, he eats the other one, and it's more of it's almost like Hot Ones. Like he interviews them while he's doing it. Like it's more of an interview show than a cooking show. And actually, I really like it. And they're like 15 minutes, and they're nice and short. Like he did one with Selena Gomez most recently, but he did one with Mr. Beast. And love him or hate him, I completely indifferent. Do not care about the guy. Don't watch his content. Don't think he's particularly interesting. It's not my cup of tea. During this episode, Mr. Beast was doing I don't know if this is real or not, but he was supposedly doing a challenge, which he's always doing. And the challenge that he was doing was he couldn't eat for 30 days. He was doing like an extreme dieting, liquid-only diet thing. So he wasn't eating solid food for 30 days. And if he failed it, he had to shave his head, which I would just shave my head and go on with my day. But, so like halfway through the episode, he like tells Gordon, he's like, I can't eat this. Like literally, I can't eat it. And he starts crying. I don't care if it's real or not, but there's something about someone cooking food for somebody and them being so happy to see the food, but so sad that they can't eat it that they start crying is just one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. So if you want to watch Gordon Ramsay make Mr. Beast cry and then eventually shave his head, it's good content. It's also like a 10-minute video, so. Emotional roller coaster? I mean, if I had to watch Gordon Ramsay cook and then couldn't eat it, I would cry. I feel like that's a valid response. Into a blender, liquid food. Yeah, true. I don't know. I think that whole when it comes to Mr. Beast's challenges, I kind of just look at them and go, really? I don't know. I'm gonna call bullshit on this one for a lot of them, but you know, people like it, I guess. I don't know if people actually like Mr. Beast or if people are just like recommended Mr. Beast so much that it's impossible to just not watch his stuff. And I'm not sure which one it is. He's one of those people in this industry that I would like to meet, partially just to say that I have. And also because I want to know if I would hate him in person. Mostly that, honestly. Bedroom getting a patio. He is... his videos hurt my brain, Shadow Absorber. Because the average viewership for his videos is like 2 to 8 million, not 200 to 800 million views. And the medium is generally around 2 to 300 million. It's like painful to look at. But the reason I kind of dislike the guy personally is just how he got famous. He literally, like, started making videos that were, like, kind of interesting, I guess. And then he did a video where he counted to 1,000, and then a video where he counted to 1,000,000. And the counting to 1,000,000 video is, like, almost 24 hours long of just him counting. And he did stuff like that for a while. And then he saw some pretty heavy success on that stuff. He had some videos do quite well, and he got, like, I don't know, 80,000 subs or something off of that stuff in the early days. And then what he started doing was he started making, like, monthly videos on how much money does PewDiePie make? How much money does insert most popular YouTuber on the channel right now, on the website right now, make? And he would just look at his own stats and just, like, do math based off of that. It's extremely low effort money content. Basically just like estimating how much, like I could do that. Like just looking at my channel, I could go tell you approximately how much any YouTuber is making off of ads. Anybody on YouTube could do that. And so he did a lot of content like that. And then that stuff exploded. And then from there, he started making videos like, I went to a restaurant and tipped the waitress $1,000. I went to this place and I gave this person $500. I paid this person $2,000 to run around in circles. I paid this person this amount of money to do this thing. And that's just all he does now is just like, I paid this person X amount of money to do this dumb thing. And it's like, okay, cool. But I don't know. It's not for me. It is kind of like wealth flaunting the YouTube channel, I suppose. And just like weird, almost reality TV shit. It's basically, actually, that's more closer to what it is. It's essentially just reality TV YouTube. Is there a way to remove multiple buildings? Now, if you mean do you mean buildings as in walls, or do you mean buildings as in like chairs and tables? Because if it's like chairs and tables, you have to manually click each one of them. If it's walls, you can use the delete tool, which is this tool, and do that. Looks like a very sad trickle-down economy. The world would be a better place if every billionaire just walked around doing that. But I also don't think Mr. Beast is a billionaire. He's a marketing company. A brand marketing company. So, I don't know how much money the guy himself has. Certainly not the amount that he gives away. If he was giving away all of his money out of pocket, he wouldn't be able to do it. It's brands that pay for it. So where's your room? These are your quarters. Like, this room is enough for a baron. That's kind of crazy, actually. This fort is looking amazing. It really is a cool-ass fort, isn't it? Baroness of... Oh, that's interesting. Baroness of Bird Eye. I like the fact that the Baroness of Bird Eye, who is my Baroness, isn't the Baroness of my fortress. And I like the fact that the Baroness of Bird Eye gets to live in this giant tower. Bird Eye? That's hard to say. Also, so Bird Die apparently has a population of about 100 and has a site government called the Hammers of Diamond. That's a great name. Yeah, I know what you mean in regards to changing rooms from place to place. I don't know. They've been able to fly for a very, very, very long time. It's honestly kind of strange. Snail. They're not the only vermin that can fly, though. You know, the genuine fact that he does that actually makes you sick because it's not even philanthropy at that point. It's just clout for views. Oh, absolutely. It's not philanthropy. The thing is, Mr. Beast and his company, they do actually do philanthropy. Like, they do that as well. And that's kind of where they like got the start on their channel, right? It was just like they go to a pub and tip $10,000 or whatever, and then like film the waitress just like keeling over and crying, which is kind of philanthropy, but not really. It is weird. Like I kind of agree with you. Like his videos have always made me feel kind of icky, but I don't hate him, if that makes any sense. Like there's definitely creatives and content people over the years whose stuff I've seen that I hate. I don't hate Mr. Beast's stuff. His stuff just makes me feel weird, and I don't really know how to explain it. Exploitative philanthropy? Not a bad word. For me, I think it's less that it's exploitative. Well, rather, it's not that it's exploitative. It's no more exploitative than any other reality TV. Especially that's how I see it now. Like these days. Like the modern era of Mr. Beast, to me, feels and looks and seems about the same as for-profit philanthropy. That's actually a good way of putting it. It feels, seems, and plays to me about the same as any kind of reality TV with prizes.
Good day, peeps.
What's up, Holy Kai? Thanks for the $1 and bits. I think it's unknown parentage. Let's double check. L-O-R-Z. I don't use any mods. All right, let's do that. Hitting the books, getting in there, you know? How's things, Kai? What you been up to, dude? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm defending Mr. Beast. I'm not. It's just, he's an odd channel. It's like weirdly impressive in a way. Why is that one like a different color? Oh, because that one's bronze. Somehow I managed to get one bronze in there. I was like, what the heck? Man, I just want to be able to put furniture outside. Bothers me that I can't put tables and chairs outside. And this will be dining room. I should put their own little private temple into one of these if possible. We'll see you later, Chem Story. We'll be on next, guaranteed on Tuesday, but there may be a stream before then, depending on my schedule. Currently, we are in an ad break. Just going to finish queuing this up. Actually, no, I'll just pause the game and queue this up too. Let's use Shale. We'll run out pretty quick, but... Build roof, then deconstruct. That's cheating. Actually, not a bad idea. Love the way vertical bars align like that. Yeah, it's one of my favorite features of this version, because they never did that in other versions. At least not that I remember. Let's just get rid of that. Get rid of that. Bituminous coal, I just deleted that. On impulse. You know what, sure, we'll just do it that way. Not gonna change it too much. Yeah, I didn't expect to be talking about Mr. Beast today, but seriously, that Scrambled show, pretty great. Definitely recommend watching the one he did with Selena Gomez. Just because it's, you know, I don't know, schlocky entertaining content. Nothing wrong with cheap content sometimes. You like his stuff, but you don't like his videos. I have a question. How can you say that you like his stuff, but you don't like his videos? Isn't his stuff his videos? I'm confused. So his business has to make money somehow, which I know he tried with the he didn't make a burger joint. A third-party company reached out to him to make a ghost kitchen income source, which he did, and yeah, it failed horribly because all ghost kitchens failed horribly. But that was a third-party deal that he didn't start. Literally, a company said, hey, can we pay you to use your name for a ghost kitchen? And he said, yeah, sure, I'll endorse that. So no, he didn't really start a fast food chain. Like, I know that, like, that's what the word says, but that's not how that actually worked. For me, Mr. Beast is something that is eventually going to get top-heavy and fall over and fail, purely because of the way his videos have accelerated. Yeah, Ramsey's a fun person. He's a good entertainment personality and an interesting chef to listen to. Yeah, I'm waiting for the year. Wait, what? Mr. Beast back-end evaluations, cousin's not paying taxes. Oh, really? Man, conversations come full circle. Hmm. Unless I completely misread that. Back-end evaluation. Oh, I see what you mean, cousin's not. I read that as, like, Mr. Beast's cousin isn't paying taxes. I was like, excuse me? How have I not heard this yet? The Forgotten Beast Uspu has come. A towering feathered flatworm. It has a square shell, and it appears to be emaciated. Its teal feathers are long and broad. Beware its deadly spit. Well, I'll tell the dwarves to get inside like smarty little dwarfies, and hopefully they listen. That's Mr. Beast once he's retired, right? Mr. Forgotten Beast. Is it bleeding? Or does it just happen to be walking exactly where there is blood? Yeah, it's just happened to be walking exactly where there's blood. Yeah, that doesn't make it successful, right? Ghost kitchens are a novelty, Ranger Rick. Not much more than that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dwarves, please pull this. Pull this goddamn lever. You've got a very important job to do. Pull the lever. Okay. Beastie was decided to be smart. You return from ordering food? Hopefully not Mr. Beast burgers. But no, those ghost kitchens, while they can be successful in the short term, and can be a really good way for restaurants to pop up a name and double their income for a period of time, as soon as people figure out it's a ghost kitchen, generally what happens is people stop ordering. Like, there's this one sushi place around here that had 4 alter egos, which were all poke places. Because turns out if you have a sushi business, it's relatively easy to spin up a poke business, right? And just make poke bowls because they're literally just deconstructed sushi. And they would exist for a couple months, get really good reviews, spike up, get promoted, do quite well, and then suddenly start getting bombed with negative reviews, and then they'd vanish. And that tends to be the way of things with ghost kitchens. And novelty ghost kitchens were a thing that were quite popular during the pandemic, and a couple different influencers. It wasn't just Mr. Beast that did it. And almost every single one of them has stopped. This creature is so slow. can turn the dwarves off of this. Back to work, dwarves. You're calorie positive? I'm calorie negative, I'll have you know. No, the thing about actual ghost kitchens is restaurant statistics be damned, is the reality, right? What actually is going on in a lot of these cases is it's not about sometimes restaurants fail. It's got something to do with that, but it's not mostly that. Mostly what's going on with those ghost kitchens is they are a unique business that does nothing else. Like, it's basically a kitchen for hire, and most of them are in, like, not normal areas where you would have restaurants. Most of them are in, like, industrial zones. So it's essentially just like, here is a room with 12 short order kitchens in a space that's extremely low rent with nothing else. And they just make extremely quick, cheap food and ship it out as fake restaurants that don't actually exist. It's quite the problem in some areas of the world. I know that it's a pretty big issue in LA as an example. Also, I think it was a problem in Vegas for a bit there, where they'd basically just come up with fake knockoff restaurants and order or rent a space in a warehouse, fill it up with kitchen gear, and essentially run 20 McDonald's in one tiny building with a freezer. And they do two things. They rent themselves out to other kitchens who want to increase their volume, and they what's the word? And then they also have third-party contractors that try and find the marketing deals, like the Mr. Beast thing, which is run out of those ghost kitchen-specific ghost kitchens. Got some crimes being committed. So say I want to start a restaurant, but I don't want to actually do any setup. Glass half empty has been found dead. Which is probably for the best, actually. Because glass half empty was causing so many problems with those tantrums. Rest in peace, Dwarf. But I honestly think a already existing restaurant, starting up a side place is like the least common format of ghost kitchen. I know there was one time I went to a little brewery that I'd heard good things about, which was in a local mall. Not super local, a local-ish mall, I'll put it that way. A bit of a distance from my house because I'd never been out there before. And it was weird. You want to know why it was weird? Is they seemed really busy. Like, everybody seemed really stressed out. Service was pretty bad. But there was, like, nobody in there. Food was good, to a point. And the, like, alcohol was good, like, because we went there for the beer. The beer was good. Food was slightly above to slightly below average. Like, it was fine. Food, I was saying good is maybe a bit of an exaggeration. It was fine. Not bad enough that I'd complain about it, but it wasn't great. And then when I left, I was like, I wonder. And we were walking outside to head back to the train, and we walked around back, and there was a line of Skip the Dishes guys just waiting to pick stuff up at the back door. I'm pretty sure that place was running like 20 ghost kitchens, which is why they seemed super bad and the service was slow. Beer was good, though. No, totally. So for me, like, I think, like, if a business wants to, like, rent out part of their kitchen to a different company or something, or, like, split their staff and try and have a side gig during a pandemic, that's fine. Like, I have absolutely no issue with that. But I do actually have quite a bit of issue with those delivery-only, worse than fast food quality shit kitchens that are in a warehouse. Those are pretty terrible. Which is all that Mr. Beast's stuff ever was. Good for bar food? I've had good bar food. This wasn't what I would describe as particularly good bar food. Oh, we'll just let them work. They're working down there. I would say it was below average bar food. But the service was pretty damn slow, which was the issue there. From Ruby Tuesday? I've heard the name Ruby Tuesday, but I have no idea what Ruby Tuesday is. After eating without a proper dining room. Wow, you're such a noble already, Dwarf. I see, we don't have either of those in Canada. I've seen TGI Fridays in Las Vegas. Never actually been to one. It's really funny when I'm like, yeah, I don't know what that is. And then people are just like, yeah, we have, well, it's like this, or this. It's like, well, I don't have any of those either, so. Nope, Applebee's. If there's Applebee's here, I have no idea. Let me just search. Applebee's. Where is the nearest Applebee's? The nearest Applebee's is in, Cascade Mall, which is almost in Seattle. Yeah. No, sorry, Sunset Drive, Bellingham is the closest one. Yeah, we don't have Applebee's in Canada, like, at all. According to, like, a quick Google search, Applebee's doesn't exist in Canada, from what I can tell. Let me just do another search. Applebee's. Yeah, no, we don't have those in Canada. There are no dots popping up here in Canada. Search this area, double check. Yeah, it's entirely in the US. I don't think they do, which is part of the reason I'm sketched up by ghost kitchens. Because I get the feeling that most ghost kitchens are pretty short-term operations and that they probably don't operate long enough to run into problems with, you know, health inspections. Assuming they're, and I'm being generous in assuming that they are actually considered restaurants. Which, do you even know? In the case of ghost kitchens, are they considered restaurants? Is there any actual, like, official licensing that they have to take? Are they under the same level of scrutiny? Yeah, that stuff weirds me out. I would assume that they'd probably be considered like a catering place, so you would hope so, right? On DoorDash, there was a new wing place that showed up and sounded tasty. Turned out it was Chili's selling their normal wings under a different name. Yeah, there's, like, here I think the most I've seen with that is just that sushi place that had 4 different poke places, but there's a sushi place that's closer to me that offers 15% discount if you order directly from them and order takeout. So if I want sushi, I just go there, because, like, why? Why would I not? Like, yeah, I will take a 15% off discount. Thank you very much. Gladly. No complaints there. So I commissioned a bunch of statues of Infragrance, and they're all statues of goblins. How much do you want to bet they're statues of Infragrance beating a goblin to death? They better be. Yeah, no, also I would agree with that. Eddie Burback's video on Ghost Kitchens is great. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for... I mean, they're gold statues, so it'll take them a minute, but once they get up here, we'll take a peek. Okay, so you currently need a study and a tomb. That's what you need now. Study and a tomb. So I'm gonna make a little meeting area back here real quick. This meeting area is going to be a temple. The escorted. I think I can do this. You are going to be connected to the Trust Sanctum. Which is now my Baron's private, I think. Thingy. So you own this. Only you can use this, so I would assume that would mean that only you can use this. But we'll find out. Okay, so let's see. What is this statue's description? Finely crafted gold statue of Udest, pick crosses, and a finely designed image of a goblin, and in fragrance, in gold by queuing green tea. In fragrance is striking down Udast. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Udast by the dwarf in fragrance in the midwinter of 131 during the Pierce of Assaults. Okay, how about this one? Finely designed image of a goblin by the Angry Snail. Okay, this is another one of her striking down a goblin. That's an unnamed goblin, different goblin. Goblin, the dwarf in gold, by the Real Angry Snail. Real Angry Snail made this one. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin by the dwarf. Different goblin once again. And killing of the goblin Udast. That's the first one. Striking down of Udast. So yeah, they're all different goblins, or some of the same goblins, some of different goblins, and it's the Baron striking down the goblins. So, you know, honestly, I think that's a really good series of statues we made. Let's say a gold altar. And then this is going to be a tomb. And this tomb is going to go right here. And this is going to be given to this in fragrance, not the one that's already dead. There you go. You still need your weapon racks and armor stands, but we're getting there. Which I need to make. Why do some migrants have green skin? Are their names like turquoise color? Because if their names are turquoise, it means that they are intelligent undead. That's what that means. So you're getting zombies migrating to your fortress. Fortunately, never fear, zombies are perfectly normal dwarves. They just don't need to eat, or sleep, or think, or much of anything, really. It's not possible. If you try and sell caged humans, they will immediately stop being in the cage upon sale. And if they are hostile, they will then attack the traders, or you, or everybody. Everybody tries to do that, but slavery is not possible in Dwarf Fortress, even though certain factions are okay with it. All right, so now I just need to give you a weapon rack and armor stand to make you 2 more large gems, which I guess they haven't made yet. And what else do I need? I need to give you your study. So your study, okay, your throne room is going to be back here. He'll keep them in prison. I mean, if you want to get rid of them, if that's the problem, throw them off of a large ledge. Would be my advice. I realize that seems mean, but probably better than keeping them in prison for all eternity. Have them weekend Forgotten Beasts free. I mean, sure, why not? At that point. Oh yeah, absolutely. You just have to build a coliseum and then set up like mechanisms so that they can be released and unreleased. Pretty simple. Pretty simple stuff, frankly. I had a wild bug with a visiting noble once. The game let you assign them to a chain. What species was this noble, if I can ask? Was this like a dwarf? Was this a human? What was this? What, just like a Colosseum, Mr. Raven, or a noble chained up? I think finding a noble chained up would be kind of great. Maybe I'm a strange person in this instance, but I feel like that would be kind of hysterical. Just like randomly found a bear and they're just like tied up. Let me out! Just a normal dwarf? Weird. It's bizarre. The funny thing about the friendly zombies, Harry Rosette, is they're not actually supposed to be able to join your fortress like that. I don't understand. I have a question, chat. I get this comment like 2 or 3 times a week on YouTube. And also, obviously, on YouTube, or on Twitch. But this person just asked, what are your thoughts, and this is on one of my tutorials, what are your thoughts on early training with meals? Because of the value of them, I can trade them for 1,000 to 2,000 per meal. Why do you care? And they're like, do you think that this is broken? It's like, well, if you want to use it, use it. That's my thoughts. I don't care what you do. If you want to use them, feel free. It doesn't change my gameplay. Trading is broken and like bad in this game anyway, so if you want to trade something, trade it. Who cares? To me, conversation ends there. My mayor has been taken by a Fey mood. That I need to pay attention to. Whatever artifact they end up making, I will put into their office. More mugs than you ever use. Fair enough. You only need about half of your dwarves' population in goblets and mugs. Also, Lanix and their pet grizzly bear. War grizzly bear. Personal defender. Helps control your stone levels at the start. I don't have any problems controlling stone levels. I like having as much stone as possible. They're playing a very strange and probably boring game. Yeah, I'm glad you agree. Or glad we agree, I guess. Better way to put that. We'll see you later, Anander. Take care of yourself, mate. What, if the mayor's been a criminal, Lennox? Diorite, chalk, pig iron, 2 pieces of fungi wood, and point custom cut moss opals. Well, you need bones. I'm gonna slaughter a sheep. Actually, wow, I have a breeding pair of sheep? Never mind, I'm not actually gonna do that. I'm gonna slaughter a Drothla. And then I'm gonna move both of the sheep to this stockpile, because I didn't realize I had a breeding pair. Although one of them might be dead. They've been in a cage for I don't know how long. I have a bad news for you, Dapper Kitty. If you don't like seeing stone around, you're playing the wrong video game. But just a piece of advice. If you don't like seeing stone, you are playing the wrong video game. Stone is very necessary for almost every portion of this video game. I mean, you can use the hide command, but I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, you could do this, but it's still there. Someone doesn't like stone. Oh, not really. You can just, like, remove all of the stuff, and then it's hidden, but it's still there. Dwarves can still use it. Switch over to the elves faction. Yeah, that or just don't dig. Only build with wood challenge. Go. The highest mine turns into a reserve. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I use mine carts, right? Is it does slowly siphon stuff into one giant pile. Well, I mean, hobo and stone, aka Seashore's wall. And stone pants. And all the other stones. Also, not to be mean, but the YouTube algorithm is slacking very much as of late. And my YouTube stream is sitting at a simple 29 viewers, which is 29 more than I would have if I didn't have a YouTube stream running, so it's still a benefit. But it would be really nice if the good folks over here on the Twitch side of things, if you guys wanted to like directly support me at absolutely no cost to you, a really good way to do that is to simply pop open the YouTube link and leave it up in a separate tab. Doesn't matter if you mute it or not, but as long as you have the tab up and the stream unpaused, I do get views from that, which is passive revenue. And also, if you leave a like on the stream, if you haven't done that already, it'll inform people that... Now, we do want Obo, we like you. We want... Hey, that sheep didn't die. Cool. We can start breeding sheep. Here, animal. And spin thread. It's a good way to help out the stream. And also, thank you to those of you who've been hanging out on the YouTube side of things. The YouTube stream lives and dies based on if YouTube decides to promote it today, so... how do I make minecarts go up and down ramps? Do I put the minecart on top floor or at the bottom or both? Do I put the minecart at the top floor or at the bottom or both? When you say make it go down ramps, are you trying to just get it to roll with no input on your own? Also, Big Bang, thanks for the $1.10. Appreciate you. Never heard her say cheer 1 before. But what do you mean exactly? Because you need to get them to push it. I'm assuming, have you set up a minecart route? Fan is mad. Fan is not a fan. Is that what you're saying? Still at it, aren't we? So what is happening? Assuming you've set the route up, I'm just going to roll with that as a base assumption here. Are they picking up the minecart and carrying it to the end? Is that what's happening? Or are they just not interacting with the minecart to begin with? Or have you not built the route yet? Because I have a YouTube video called The Complete Guide to Minecarts, which would probably make explaining this whole process a lot easier. I have to kill this baby Drothla because it's no longer friend. Sorry, baby Drothla. Or never it was friend. Just can't make the ramp track. Have you built a ramp? Because the way you make a ramp track is it's like there's this, right? If I say wanted a minecart route to go from here to here, but I wanted to go over this, I would have to construct a ramp here and a ramp here. And then once that ramp was constructed, I could then make it go up and over and back down to here, and it would go over top. It would just go in a straight line instead. And also, you can't turn the ramp. The ramp can't turn while it's on the ramp. The track can't turn while it's on the ramp, otherwise the minecart can't go up it. Yes, it will let you designate that, unfortunately, but that's as far as it'll let you go. Like, hold on. I have some ramps here so I could show you. Like, starts up here and, oops. Starts up here and then go down a layer. And then it'll go down to here. So then that would be queuing up that. You think you built your stair accidentally? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, someone could probably dig for it and find it, but on my YouTube channel there is a tutorial called like Complete Guide to Minecarts, which you might find useful. I don't know. Yeah, it won't go up and down stairs. It'll only go up and down ramps. Because ramps are like go from one layer to the next, from left to right, or right to left, or north to south, or whatever. Whereas stairs go vertical. Minecarts can't go vertical. So it's quite the artifact. Jeez. 2 boulders. I have a feeling you need more bones. He's loitered on bones for quite some time. Yeah, I need to slaughter something else, I think. Slaughter that. Are we learning how minecarts work? You really want to have some dwarven shotguns by the end? Just remember they are a pain in the ass to set up. Because they really are. I'd be lying if I said they weren't. I'm actually just going to double check something. Oh, we don't. So, yes, you could. Absolutely. I mean, here's a really simple minecart route that I have. See if it's about to move. Just looking for one that's about to go. Yeah, see here, this is a very simple minecart route. It gets filled up with materials from that stockpile. In this case, 1 platinum nugget is all that's in it. And it goes up here, and it goes up here, and then it goes around here, and then it goes up, and then it dumps out right there, and dumps that ore into this stockpile. And then once another dwarf comes over, they then push it back down. This is a very simple minecart route, but what you could very easily do is like, you know, up in one line, and then then build a minecart route all the way down it, or engrave one if it's all stone, and then they could push them like this. And as long as they are not powered, they can actually pass through each other. without issue. If they're powered, they will collide with each other, and then suddenly train rules apply, and, well, let's just say calamities may happen. So, like, this is a very simple minecart route. Down here is another one. Another very simple one, which is currently not here. I guess it's up top right now. This one is, like, the support minecart route for those other ones. So this is dumping out stone right here into a big pile. So a dwarf comes over here, and they push this. And this then goes this way, up into the... Oh, I just realized I need to put doors in here. Okay. Then it pushes this way. And then it goes across here. And then it goes straight. And then it goes down. And then waits here. And then the dwarves bring the boulders up and fill this up. And once it's full of boulders, it goes back up. Lanix, the mayor, has created Logim Adirat Itas and offers it to the Pointy Rock of Artifacts, a musical instrument. This is a Adirat Itas. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of pig iron and drothla bone, and God, that is a long description. It menaces with spikes of tower cap, and on the item is an image. Also, it's pretty valuable. 20,000, damn. On the item is an image of cashew trees and diorite. On the item is an image of 8-sided long, 8-sided prism in chalk. On the item is an image of Zast Joyous Tombs, the dwarf, and a skinless devil in fungi wood. The skinless devil is striking down Zast Joyous Tombs. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Zast Joyous Tombs by the skinless devil in Stroke Halls in the blue spike of Midsummer of 32 during Koknako, the Assault of Torment. We've heard about that image before. There's got to be a song written about that, right? On the item is an image of Stinthand matched axes, the dwarf, and a maggot brute in opal. The maggot brute is striking down Stinthad. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Stinthad, matched axes by a maggot brute stroke calls in the blue spike in the midsummer of 32 during Koknako, the Assault of Torment. On the item is an image of Libash mountain sockets, the dwarf and dwarves in blue peafell bone. Libash mountain sockets is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Libash mountain sockets to the position of Baron of the Sly Theater in 89. The itas is a large stationary silk-stringed instrument with a glass body. The instrument rests the flat as the musician picks the 49 strings with a stone plectrum. Tuning is possible with adjustable bridges, and the instrument has a 5.5 octave range, going from an extremely low to a high pitch, so it's a flat harp sort of thing. It has 4 registers. The low register has a full strained crisp timbre. The middle register begins at a low pitch and has a steady, harsh fuzzy timbre. The high register begins at a mid-low pitch and has a focused, brittle, strident timbre. The top register begins at a medium-high pitch and has a sparse, dull timbre. Wait, what about Shotgun Coin Cart, Metroid John? Let's go up. That's going in the tavern. I said that it was going to go in their office, but nope, that's going in the tavern right next to the vomit. I've got 2 of them, apparently. I mean, I wasn't joking when I said it's going in the tavern right next to the vomit. I was being literal. We need more tables in the tavern, so you know. So much more digging. And the brown is giving you a Shrek vibe? Ooh. Well, thanks for making me suddenly want to rebuild my entire tavern. Fortunately, the vomit's gone now. What would you say if I told you that there are ogres in Dwarf Fortress?
You fucking donkey!
No. Wrong franchise. Just kind of doing some decorative stuff. Some decorative side activities, shall we? I've probably also finished that, the weapon racks and stuff for the Baron, so I could probably chuck those into the Baron's room now. If not the Baron's room, then let's put it in the throne room. Which goes down here. I will look at what that is in a second. Where everything is fine, right? I'm certain everything is fine. Nobody just died, right? Lauren L. died. To a sport tree minecart hitting you. What? It's not even set to be kicked. How did you get hit by that minecart? I mean, obviously it did go down, but like... The hell? How did you get hit by a minecart? That doesn't even make sense. Also, why were you carrying coins? Sports curse. I don't disagree, man. I don't disagree. It's certainly starting to feel that way. God, fucking damn it. It's okay, though. We should be getting migrants soon. Jeez. I do not disagree with you with the fort is cursed sentiment, though. It really is starting to feel that way in more ways than one. All right, well, we explored Sunbirths and we stole treasures, so let's do that again. This time I'm going to send more squads. Let's hope that they get back quickly. Like it was yesterday, Shaku. I won't look good on it. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so I'm gonna also minecart blenders. Just a question, because I've been staring at minecart blenders for a minute. Are blenders what you guys call grinders? Basically, when you make minecarts go in a circle, and then just when the baddies come by, you make them walk past it, and you go lamau as they all die. Is that what you guys are calling grinders now? Can your dwarves run into the uninvited guests who originally ended Sunbirths? I don't think so. Not unless I adventure mode there, because they're likely in the very bottom of it. They tend to go back into hell. No, that's Grinder. The website is Grinder. The cart grinders are different. That's what you've called them? Okay. I mean, on the DF wiki for years, they've always been cart grinders. So it's funny seeing somebody call them cart blenders. It's like, well, that's new. At least new for me, anyway. In my experience, they've always been grinders. I like this. I need to, like, make a habit of doing this more often. Just making a refuse pile for just clothing. Because clothing degrades so fast. There's just constantly clothes being brought in here. Look at this. It was great. And then they just disappear after a few days. You know, actually, I'll bet you I could get the kids on refuse hauling now. Because I don't actually have a refuse stockpile that takes bodies. So this would be the only hauling I have for it. We'll wait a little bit and see if the kids start bringing items to stockpile. Although my frame rate just dropped, so that's interesting. Although that might also be these dwarves leaving. How did I set it up for bad clothing? Literally just set it for wear or footwear under the refuse stockpile option down here. So refuse and then item types and then just all the wear and then armor as well. And I think shields. Yeah. So the way it works is anything that's got double bold X's gets put in there automatically. That isn't owned by dwarves. Last time I was at 196 dwarves, what happened? I sent 4 squads to go steal artifacts from my old fort. I was literally waiting for somebody to ask that, by the way. So, like, not much. I mean, like, we have lost some dwarves since the last time. Although I think we gained dwarves and then lost more, because I've had 2 pretty bad brawls. Oh, yeah, there you go. So you Naoma's now carrying stuff to the stockpile here. I'm suddenly feeling like I'm getting attacked by something because my frame rate just went down to nothing. Is that because all the kids decided to haul stuff to stockpile? No, it doesn't seem like it. Interesting. Oh, there we go. Frame rate back. Somewhat. Am I at war with elves? Appear to be. Highly doubt that it's the Crundles. I mean, I did technically have a massive tavern brawl, but the population should be higher than this right now. Forgotten Beast has come. That might be the weakest sounding Forgotten Beast I've seen so far in this fortress. Weaker than that one that was made of snow. It's a Forgotten Beast named Appa, a towering blob composed of ash. I guess it can fly, and it has a gaunt appearance. It doesn't do anything. It's an ash blob. Fear the giant blob monster. The real question is, why is my frame rate at 20? I really hope that it fixes itself once these dwarves have left. Doink and doink. Shaku, where's Shaku? You too? I was just mostly making sure you weren't in prison or something silly and couldn't get off the map. Okay, so who's gonna win? This troglodyte or the beast? Okay, the beast, obviously. The Forgotten Beast pushes the troglodyte in the head and the injured part explodes. Well, it means paddle in Elvish and skirt, as in to skirt around something. I would assume that this thing is paddle, because, I mean, what else is it? It's a giant paddle. It shows up and it pladdles you. With Mark's Dwarves uniforms. Yeah, months ago. You can assign different bows, and although I would not recommend using bows still, because dwarves can't make arrows. But if you assign a crossbow, they will automatically equip bolts, and if you assign a bow, they will automatically equip the arrows that are available, and they operate exactly as they have before. And they will take whatever's the highest value, and as long as you set up your training correctly, you won't run into issues. They fixed it back in October. They're still tweaking the AI, but honestly, I think that's a waste of time at this point, because people are idiots and seem to think that the game works worse than it does. Mark's Dwarves are totally fine right now. They will kite around until they run out of ammunition. People are just really bad at managing ammunition, so they blame the game on being buggy because they're bad at managing their ammunition and run out of ammunition and then go, they have no ammunition and don't go get ammunition. It's like, no, they do. You just need to have ammunition. I'm confused as to why you're not already on the why you haven't gone back to the, left the map yet, Shaku. You appeared to be trying to. Oh, you're hauling gold nuggets. That's why you're taking so long to leave the map. You're hauling a gold boulder. I guess you decided to do some, extra strength training. And now you're hungry, so you're walking back onto the map. If I dump it, will some other dwarf show up and take it? I should be following the Forgotten Beast, not you. I guess not. I just tried all my techniques to force him to drop it, so I'm going to cheat. Because otherwise it's just going to take a while. Yeah, there you go. It's no longer in your inventory, but you're still going back to get food. Oh, wait, there you go. Now you're moving fast. You've realized you're not holding such a heavy item. All right, perfect. Let's go grab... I mean, you would have eventually just walked off the map and it would have been fine, but... Where's Appa? Where? Sometimes you can get them to drop it by telling them to dump it and then not dump it, but because that dwarf is currently trying to leave the map to go on a mission, I don't think that's going to work that way. Alright, you've left the map now. Frame rate's still shit. A Kia has stolen a bronze spear. Oh, actually, maybe the Kias are the source of the lag. Hold on, where are they? I go tell my Mark's Dwarves to patrol around where they're at. Stupid bolts, you guys go station here. Just double checking that you guys have ammo. Yes, most of you do, and the rest of you are reloading. That's good. Pressure plates are traps, yes. Also, did you guys see that dwarf just run past this guy? I'm just gonna tell my dwarves to go kill it. Because this thing is super slow and super weak. That dwarf just runs away. Oh, God. I would too, frankly. But yes, pressure plates are traps. Forgotten Beasts are trap avoid. Forgotten Beasts will not activate pressure plates. I was gonna say Appa was APPA. This is APA, but totally different. It's like app and app. If Forgotten Beasts are made of meat, you can butcher them. If they're made of something that isn't butcherable, you cannot butcher them. So this creature is not butcherable because it's made of ash. So this one I can't do anything with. Items like gems, while they may sound like they'd be real cool, are also useless, and you can't do anything with them. Well, Alban here just got a free kill. Thwacked it in the body with a silver mace. First, it jumped away and missed, and then the Forgotten Beast strikes at the recruit, but the shot was blocked, and then the Mace Dwarf hits it in the body with the silver mace. And then says, I've improved my fighting. That was not satisfying. Not a satisfying win for the dwarf, I suppose. Yeah, and I don't know why the frame rate's so low. Something must be stuck somewhere. Let's see. Although that seemed to have happened once I sent those dwarves out for the siege, so maybe that's the problem. Also in an ad break, so I'll wait. That dropped ash once? Yeah, I mean, it's really funny if you get like a water Forgotten Beast because like they spray out body parts and stuff, but they're all made of water and it says it's just water. It's like, what is this? Water. Covered in water. Laced with water. It's like, oh, great. There's several ways in Dwarf Fortress to make water laced with water, 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 and I think that's very funny. One of those kind of amusing, endlessly recurring things that you can inquire, or encounter. Inquire. I'm not even saying words now. You were rolling at 17? Really? Damn. Gives me a kind of a neat, like, perception, actually, about how well my computer runs Dwarf Fort versus other people. I'm really starting to wonder when we're going to hear from Kit Fox next about Dwarf Fort again. It's been a little bit, it feels like. It's been a little bit since the last post for Dwarf Fort stuff. I mean, obviously we got the future of the fortress, but before that it was what? Yeah, December 19th? It's been like a month since the last real progress report. Which leads me to believe one of two things. They've either been extremely productive or absolutely nothing has been done. It's one of the two. I don't think we're doing a bunch of channeling. Are we digging somewhere weird? Probably wouldn't be that. It's the only reason you check Steam news? As in, like, on Steam or my YouTube show? You're trying to attend a meeting with the mayor, so that checks out. That wouldn't cause anything. See you later, Salva Daddy. Thanks for hanging out today. Yeah, I don't know. My assumption was that my assumption was that it was possible that Woman's Standards, what a name. This guy's an outcast. Member of the Council of Farms. Former prisoner of the Born Society. Before that, he was a road administrator. Because he was a member. He was a road administrator of the Born Society. Well, I don't have any cases. How many cold cases? I do. Can I interrogate you, you monster slayer? Where did you come from? On Steam itself, gotcha. As you arrive, thank you for arriving. You're helping keep my average view count down, because so far in January, views have been down 40% from December. So thank you for tuning in January. Bonesaw. It's also because it's January, and January sucks. The worst season for my industry. Or one of the worst, I suppose. Maybe embezzled funds? Led to many potholes? Must have been from Montreal. So the FPS is set to 80, so it's not like I accidentally set it down. Let me try something else, actually. It's a bit too close to this. Let's go from over here. I have a suspicion. Your partner named a smart TV Bonesaw on your phone, and it still offers you to broadcast a Bonesaw sometime. That's funny. I love unsecured smart TVs because I always stare at them and I always go, what if I were to just start randomly broadcasting something very obscene to this TV? And then I never do it. And then I feel like a coward. And then I go on with my day. But I still think about it. I'm never not going to think about it. It's like that Adam Sandler bit, I think, in Click, when he's like sitting in the other room with the universal remote and he just like throws something random onto his neighbor's TV and then just starts laughing. I'm sitting there going like, it's like just 1,000% possible now. You sometimes do it. I used to do it at my old job. And then management would be like, Greg, can you fix the TVs? Somebody's changing the channel. And I'd be like, I told you, I don't know how. She'd just like look at me like doesn't believe me but would never press it. I used to do that quite a bit. I would just lie to her that I didn't know how. I have a question, chat. IKEA has stolen a copper arrow. So you're telling me IKEA arrived on the surface of the map, flew in, right? And picked an arrow up on the surface of the map and then flew down into the caverns and off into the caverns. I mean, how would they know it was used specifically? Blame it on the neighbors. Oh, unless it has a password. Also, I'm suddenly back to being convinced that the frame rate drops were caused by the Kias. How many Kias are still on the map? Just a handful? The frame rate gets better every time. So this Kia is stealing a buckler. A steel buckler. You know, I feel like Kias should be enemies of more groups. I'm pretty sure that the frame rate issues are the Kias stealing the stuff. Kias are all strong as fuck. They're notorious for stealing anvils on like day 3 of a fort. Oh, I've been trying to. The problem is this map is way too tall for me to be able to shoot up. Like, most maps are like 15 Z levels high. This one's like 120 from ground. Like, it goes up to like 100 map. That's actually, it's 140 levels high from fort layer to like the top part. And the result means that it actually would take a very long time to be able to shoot them. So I'm trying to, because they were hanging around here, but I'm not going to be very effective against them, turns out. I think there's just so many different items for them to take, like their pathing is just going haywire. Because they are thieves. Oh, also, something else I need to fix that I noticed. All right, block, okay. Is I can put different types of weapons in here that aren't currently in here. So let's go. Maces. Short swords and spears. Warhammers. Difference is, I'm not going to put anything made of steel in here. So meaning, there's likely going to be suddenly a whole bunch more jobs running in there. Because all of these can now suddenly go in there. I'm just noticing all of these extra crossbows and things. I'm like going, you know what? Turns out I've actually kind of got a lot of warhammers and a lot of spears and swords. Might as well just throw those in there as well. See, here come the kids. Swordsman, what's up, dude? I mean, they come by once every 8 years, and they're leaving, so it's not so bad. I'm not going to worry about it. Dragon. Because they're also, like, flying around, and every single one that I selected was out here, which, even if I were to set up a zone, I'd have to build, like, 100 Z level tall zone to be able to snipe them, so it's not really that easy. Anyway, Swordsman, what's up, dude? It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for swinging around these parts. You've just been very, very busy with Life and Start stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to recall you popping in like a year ago and being like, yo, I started a business or something. Unless I'm thinking of somebody else. Which would correlate with your statement of being very, very busy with life and stuff. Sweet, we are now getting more weapons in. And they'll just load it with whatever, which means these can then go into this minecart. And frame rates are slowly trickling back up. Chat room, today is a very sad day. My trained giant bat that I caught like 10 years ago died. How's business been going then? Swordsman. I also, side question, do you ever just play the Breakfast Club soundtrack while working? Because I think I would just do that all the time. Although, catching this giant bat did teach me something, chat room. It taught me that I can make giant bats hunting trained, which is now a life goal of mine. Would love to ride a giant Kia. So in adventure mode, you can mount tamed animals, right? Giant Kias can be tamed, obviously. Problem with that is if they decide to do something, you're just along for the ride. You can play the Hi-Fi Rush soundtrack when working. That's the most licensed soundtrack I've heard in a while. Better than the previous owner was running it, though a bit slow right now due to the cold spell outside. And no, but you just might. I'm just saying, it's a good soundtrack, and like, you run a little breakfast place, so obviously you are the chief of the breakfast club. I mean, come on. But yeah, it's definitely been cold. I don't know how cold it is where you're at, but there's snow outside. Kind of a lot of it, and that generally only happens like once a year, so, and it kind of came out of nowhere. It's nice though. I don't mind the cold. I'm one of those oddballs who thrives in the cold, if you will. I'm looking forward to spending some time outside tomorrow, actually. Sure, but then somebody has to put the corpses back into the minecart, which is horrible for your dwarves' moods. And also, very, very ineffective as ammunition. The idea of shooting stuff out of minecart at thing is to kill the thing that you're shooting the stuff out of minecart at. So, can you? Absolutely. Is it ineffective and a bad idea? Yes. Just like, you know, I could shoot socks at them. That also wouldn't be very effective. Would it be funny? Absolutely. But the idea, you know, especially when you're talking about a weapon that takes forever to reload, the idea is you want something that, you know, is going to be effective. Ideally. Minus 16, like minus 26. Yeah, we had minus 20 up. We had minus 24 one day, but it hasn't been that cold since. Celsius. And I went on a hike that day, and it was lovely. And my bartender called me a psychopath. And maybe he's onto something. I don't know. No, I mean, you can put literally anything into a minecart, including liquids, right? And literally anything you put into a minecart, you can shoot out of the minecart at the baddies, right? And it's literally that simple. I might just finally be caving, chat, and using boulders to make floors on this bottom level just to eat up some of these boulders. Why is that? Okay, number one, that's not cheating. In fact, I encourage you to do that if you have the save. That rock destroyed a sock in Sunbirths? How? Was this after I retired Sunbirths or before I retired Sunbirths? Because I didn't have any rock. I don't think I had any rocks attack me in Sunbirths. Sorry if it was off topic, but you saw the fort and you were playing and you loved the short video of the coin shotgun. But the new graphics and you running through it step by step showed how effective a wide area it can be with you can cover with it. Okay, so let me give you a word of advice. If you want those to be really effective and also not have the pain of having to reload it, apparently I can't even find my own videos now. Yeah, I really can't even search my own videos now. What the heck? Yes, this is what I'm looking for. Assuming that's the right link. I think it is. I think that's the right link. Let me double check. That's definitely the right link. It's the wrong one the first time. I think that's actually the stream. Yep, that's the stream. The second one is the one that you should click. The second one is the link to the video about how to fill minecarts with liquids. Because what you really want to do is you want to automate a minecart shotgun with liquids. The current one that I'm using is mostly a like just for fun kind of deal, not so much a effective thing. I mean, certainly they're effective, but let's just say that if you want to use minecarts as weapons and you don't want to spend 6 months of the year refilling them, you want to use that method and then fire liquids instead of firing individual ammo pieces that you need to reload. If you fire bins out of minecarts, the bins do land and then ricochet out and stuff flies out in every direction, but it's very ineffective for coins. I find that's only particularly effective if you're using discs or axe blades. Also, looks like my squads are back. Explore Sunbirths. There's nothing there that's a threat, so they're all just bringing in artifacts, I assume. They're probably dropping actually, the artifacts are probably all on the top. Do you have a stockpile for them now? Yep, quite literally. These are all, I have so many artifacts, it's ridiculous. I have so many artifacts, I have a bin with nothing but artifacts in it. Like, literally, I have a bin with nothing but artifacts in it. There's so many artifacts in this map, it's not even funny. Also, the frame rate's mostly back, so that's good. I'm gonna just continue blaming the Kias. Alright, Gazoom. Take care of yourself, dude. We're over here just building stuff. Welcome back. The other thing is over here, this area, something that's a fun color. Let's just use mica. And this is going to become our new trading depot. Because in fall, we're gonna get wagons. Not dead, quite happy playing make-believe. You appear to be watching the dwarves target practice and assisting with the target practice by giving them something to shoot past or over. Not that that actually assists, but you're playing make-believe, and that's about it. You are a child who does as he pleases. Oh. Quite happy for a child dwarf, from what I can tell. Ah, I see. Those diorite boulders are going to be used for other things. Well, we'll just let them do their thing. Well, we can tell that this area is slowly starting to clear up boulders, so that is good. Even though it's not being particularly efficient. Are they curving the bolts? No, bolts don't friendly fire. They're like, it's a good thing they don't friendly fire. Otherwise, more of your own dwarves would die. Because they don't friendly fire, it makes them quite a bit safer. I'm out of coal. Why am I out of coal? Because we are out of coal completely. Cool. And I have far too many automated jobs running right now. But it looks like I can get one automated job up there running. Oh, there's a ton up here. Like a ton. Like actually a ton of it. Although this may not be accessible. Barely. Nope, actually. No, I don't think it is. No, they can go up this way. Barely. Well, not that I'm aware of, Max and Fett. Unlike that, yeah, that one ballista arrow that took out almost every single one of my marks dwarves. God, that was brutal. Like, absolutely brutal. That was one of the most brutal deaths I think I've ever had. Like, just period. Make all these out of tower cap. I want to start slowly building catapults. Just for fun, more than anything. And then let's go... Oh, dolomite, maybe? All right, let's disable all of my military's training for a little bit. Although, they should already sort of be doing that. Okay, let's... Did I just... Update those because apparently I broke those. And give these dwarves a break. Although, what squad are you in? Hours of pulling. Bottom one. You two are set to constant training. Turn that off. Give them a break. There they all go. Because I need these dwarves doing something more useful. And by that I mean not just sitting around training all the time. You know, like storing items in bins as an example. It's kind of fascinating. There's so many little steps. It's so many little steps. Slowly go through all of this process down here. It's one of those mechanics in the game where you're like, oh wow, like they really actually did like put a lot of effort into this one mechanic. Also, somehow a track here got broken. I feel like minecart tracks can get toppled, and it like constantly perplexes me because sometimes minecart tracks will just disappear. I was about to get hit by an ad break, so I'll pause when that hits. Pump out the water and dam it. I mean, the only really consistently 100% reliable way is to pour lava on it. But if you're trying to divert it, build some pumps one layer above it. Build a little trough or something to divert the water into. Get the dwarves pumping. That'll temporarily stop the river. And then, you know, find the location of where you want it to go. I'm just going to leave that for now. Hospitals are your favorite part of the game. That's interesting. Unlikely, Big Bang, because minecarts are stopped by large creatures, and demons are almost always large creatures, with some exceptions, but almost are always large creatures. To give you an idea, cart grinders don't work against human armies because human armies have horses usually, and horses are a large creature, and horses can stop minecarts. So cart grinders only really work against foot soldiers that are not huge. Why is it that beasts always run from the militia? You've got beasts running from the militia? Like Forgotten Beasts? Not really, no. I'm gonna state this as straight as possible. If you're talking about demons or Forgotten Beasts, cart grinders kind of suck. Cart grinders are pretty good against like elves, dwarves, and unmounted humans, but anything bigger, not really. I mean, if they mean animals, I mean, why? If something was running at you with a sword, going, ah, wouldn't you run away? I mean, come on. That's like the logical, smart thing to do. Oh, this is interesting. There's a new button on Twitch. Let's see what this does. Check out this, chat. You don't need to refresh the stream or anything. I'll just show you. This is new. You can now turn on a thingy that says how close you are to Partner Plus for that month. That's interesting. I kind of don't like how it looks next to the other two goals. But that's handy. You're going to see a lot of those on other streams that you follow. For full clarity, in the last few months here, I can just screenshot this. I've already disabled it, by the way. In the last few months, these are my Partner Plus points. So 534 out of 350, 549 out of 350, 547 out of 350. I'm pretty confident we'll keep that. So for me, having that goal up would be bragging. I'm not going to leave it up. I just think it's interesting that you can have that as an option. So what I'm going to do instead is not, and if we ever start getting close to not making it, then I'll put it up there. But in 12 days, I need 50 points. We'll get it. Yeah, no, I got it as quickly. Like, I was in the first wave of people who got it, and I haven't lost it yet, and numbers haven't really gone down. And I still get new subs every couple months, or every month or so. So if there's like a sharp decline and we like almost don't make it 1 month, then I'll turn it on. Or if we look like we're not going to make it 1 month, I'll turn it on. Otherwise, I don't see the reason to. Basically, those are just paying subscribers, and if you have more than 350 sub points worth of paying subscribers, basically 350 tier 1 subs, actively paying, you get a higher split from Twitch, so I get 70-30. So if people gift subs here, I get a higher cut than somebody who doesn't have that would get, which is both a positive and a negative. It's a positive because, well, it helps me financially, but it's a negative because not everybody gets it. But at the very least, we can be happy that I have it because, I don't know, yay, I make more money. And if you gift subs here, that just means that Twitch gets less of it. Or Twitch has to pay me more of it, I guess is the better way of putting it. Oh, frame rate dropped back down to 20. Did Kia show up again? Also, thanks, Deep Space. It's interesting. Very fluctuating frame ratey today, D. I don't see the negatives in being transparent, really. Aside from that, the only negative that I could see about being transparent is that there's probably some people who are like, oh, this guy makes lots of money. I won't give him money. Which, all right. I make less than most streamers my size because I take no, like, sponsorships whatsoever. So if that's somebody's takeaway, then, I mean, that doesn't really hurt me all that much. They probably didn't care all that much to begin with. Most people who support streams because they like the stream. And if you're supporting a stream purely because you think that the streamer needs money, then there might be a problem. Oh, I got another giant mole in a trap. Would you look at that? We now have 2 giant moles. So I'm going to begin training a second giant mole. What'd your captain of the guard do, Troopin'? As our dwarven historian. Don't give me that much credit. First beasts beats somebody into the hospital for tantruming. The patient is almost back to health. Oh, hell yeah. Intelligent amounts of beatings. The right amount of beating. A beating that doesn't actually kill the individual. And the captain cleans the blood and leaves. Well, I mean, he's not leaving the cleanup for the peasants, so I guess that's nice of him. He cleaned up the evidence. I don't know if that's the what I would describe that as. I don't know if I'd call that evidence, but he did certainly clean up his mess. Yeah, I like a captain that's strong enough to knock over criminals, but not strong enough to actually kill them. Reorganizing my traps over here. Your frames are still terrible. Jeez. I'm still blaming the Kias, though. There's still 3 on the map. I'm going to do something for science. Mostly because I've always wanted to type this in. Exterminate Kia. Bird underscore Kia. Exterminate bird underscore Kia. No, not Kia. So does the frame rate still go back down to 20? $40 now. Okay, what else is alive on the map that could be causing problem? I'm gonna do something else for science. Exterminate bird underscore raven. Okay, so go below 40 still? Still sitting at 44. Frame rate improved quite a bit. Not perfect though. $45. Well, I mean, it's better than it was. How about pets? Do I have any random pet explosions? Not really. Slaughter that Drothla. Apparently I have 2 tame grackles. Excuse me. Slaughter that chicken. Bunch of tamed, or a bunch of tamed Drothlas now. Well, that's good. I've trained 1 giant mole, but the other one hasn't been trained yet. Let's retrain them. Any trainer. The beatings are moderate to severe depending on the strength of the guy giving the beatings. So yeah, they do vary in severity, but it depends on the dwarf giving the beatings. The stronger the dwarf giving the beatings, the stronger the severity. I just think it's hysterical that I've seen dwarves get, like, caught doing murder, and their punishment is, like, 90 days in prison. It's like, you killed a man, and your sentence is, well, you get to go hang out in prison for a bit. Like, the dwarf just killed a guy. 2 people died, what? Yeah, if you don't want your captain of the guard to just, like, one-pop everybody to the face with their fist, yeah, make sure that your captain of the guard is somebody who has no experience in combat. And definitely do not put them in a squad. Basically, if you value the lives of your dwarves, it's in your best interest. There's teeth everywhere. It's in your best interest to make sure that they do not have the ability to do that. Are they moving stones? Well, there's some that move weapons really, really fast. Also, hi, Brahms. It's good to see you. One of these is moving ore, technically. The other one is this one is moving ore. This one moves boulders, and then this one down here moves anything that is considered a rock. This one has a kill count of 1. The others haven't killed any. I don't actually know how that one killed one because they're set to be pushed and not set to be kicked or ridden, or and they're certainly not powered. But yes, they're doing that. Also, one of these minecart tracks got toppled at some point, so I'm trying to fix it. You know, I acknowledge and am aware that COTG is apparently what people are calling Captain of the Guard now. But I gotta be honest with you. It's always gonna make me go, what are you talking about, for a second? Because it reads like a video game name. It's always going to confuse me for a moment. Just call him Captain. I just call it the Cap. Or whatever, C-A-P-T. Capped. So honestly, the Captain of the Guard generally has the most blood on their hands of any dwarf in the fort. I don't think you need to directly respect the Captain of the Guard. Church of the Broken God because you grew up on SCP. Not gonna be mean, Coke, but the fact that you grew up on SCP makes me feel old, and I'm not old. No, call him hubby. I mean, that's accurate, yeah. Did you survive all the fights? Yeah, you did. And you're still the hammerer. You love your job. Very, very happy with your legendary mechanic status. And also, this is really sad. You're wearing a cloak. I don't think I can I make cloaks? I'm pretty sure I can't. Okay, I can. Okay, let's make silk cloaks. Couldn't remember if those were something this fortress was able to make. Stained fists are a sign of honor. Fair enough. I'd say it depends on the fort for me, on whether or not I feel that way. So there is a troglodyte in my stairs. I don't know, honestly, how these troglodytes keep ending up here, but they do. And it's really kind of a pain in the ass, because they just show up and they cause problems. Just remove this troglodyte. Maybe that's what's causing the frame rate to tank. There's just like random animal in my stairwell. Random critter in my stairwell. Oh, there goes the frames again, by the way. On the topic of frames going away again. The frames went away again. And then came back moments after the troglodyte died. Go figure. Baron is now satisfied. Thought they were cool until they started puking everywhere. They're puking everywhere because your dwarves are killing them. That's likely what's happening. Thanks for hanging out, Walnut. You're currently making lavish meals. Using duck eggs. God damn it, there's dead troglodytes everywhere. I don't know about thriving. I mean, you could be happier. I mean, you're not thrilled. You did experience some trauma. You've been in conflicts. You want to be around family. I mean, like your husband's around, so maybe go talk to him. I mean, you are in one of my military squads. So maybe you've just been doing military things for too long. Some of your dwarves like little ducklings? Uh-huh. Well, are you sure they were following them and, like, not trying to attack them? Because, like, I'm not saying that you got the wrong idea. But it's highly likely that things weren't as, happy-go-lucky as you may have thought. Also, I'm digging out this layer because there's coal in it. I really should just dig out more of my fortress layers. But right now there are so many jobs that need to be done. So many. So we're into mid-spring, and a cavy boar was found dead. Probably died of old age, if I had to bet. It wasn't named guinea pig, after all. Yep, the dwarf's still around. Currently socializing, hanging out in the Farmers Guild. You do feel satisfied after getting into an argument. You want to acquire an object and be with family. Yeah, this fortress has not been, like... This fortress has often had some pretty hefty frame drops, so I'm not too worried about the frame drops, but... It'd be nice if they were less consistent, shall we say. Actually, I want to check. How's my orders for enormous corkscrews coming along? Almost done. Well, that's good. So I'm going to have them dig up a little ways this way. And then we're going to do many people's favorite part of the fort. Because it's usually somebody's favorite part. It's time to start digging deeper. And deeper, if you will. Diggy, diggy. Yep. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger, which is also very good for us. They are immediately walking onto the map to pick up equipment. This is something I was hoping would happen. And it appears to have happened, which is good. I love how the danger to our dwarves isn't actually the enemy, it's literally our own dwarves. There's something about that that's really funny. Like, the biggest threat to our dwarves is the other dwarves. Because the most deaths we've had in the last several years are to my own dwarves getting upset. And ramps. Okay, true. My moat and other dwarves. Yes. Valid point. Yes. Point taken. So it's ramps and my dwarves are the two most dangerous things in the fort. And they're like, despite the danger. Like, what danger? What is this slander you're throwing, dwarfs? Lots of peasants, it seems. Well, it's all good. We're back up to 200 dwarfs. Joker of Spades, your dwarf was one of the first to die today. Your dwarf died because of a very large brawl. Oh no! Man, I can't ever get a breeding pair of giant moles. They keep dying. That's a shame. Well, time to put the other one there. Dwarf Fortress, not always. I mean, sometimes the dwarves are being honest when they say, despite the danger. Sometimes they're just being offensively sarcastic. Would you look at that? I have discovered a deep caravan, or a deep cavern, deep underground. I love how I managed to land right in the middle of the water. All right, well, let's remove all of these. We've discovered the second cavern layer, yes. And we're about to discover another one. Nope, never mind. Not going that way. I was like, I'll just go right here. Nope. Nope, I will not, actually. How about instead of right there, we go right here. I love how I decide to dig down as much as possible while the frame rate's not great. Me being smart. Hubris, they called it. Apparently that a dragon also destroyed some stuff in Sunbirths. The kicker, dragon had died about 114 years prior. Oh, let me ask you a question. Was the dragon undead? Highly likely it was probably just an undead dragon. They're not always listed as zombies if they're undead. Yes, except literally nobody's discussing mermaids, so why do you have to bring them up, Rhino? Like, you come into my chat and you just say that. So, what do you hope to gain? Exactly? What's the purpose of this? Unless you've just spent like an hour researching or some shit. You can't fix anything once it's sunk into depression, so no? How'd you end up with a gremlin in your fort? In your fort right now, there's a huge amount of lag due to... I mean, what you could do is you could use DF hack to remove stress. Oh, also, gremlins only eat bones. So make sure you have bones, just like in a stockpile somewhere. Our fort right now, there's a huge lag spike due to store item in bin. I'm suddenly curious if that's what's happening to me. I would go find the bin and forbid it. Is what I would do. Also just kill the Talo job. Also nuke that. Wow, I think I found the source of the frame rate issue. I think it was a repeating sheer animal job. Because I'm suddenly back up to 70 frames. Watch it go back down, but like... seems to be more consistent all of a sudden. If you forbid all the items in the bin, it'll stop the loop, though. Yeah, so forbid everything in the tile. And then remove the stockpile that's underneath it. And work your way towards fixing it. Drovian.
Woo!
At least that's what I would do. I'd forbid the bin first, then figure out what is causing the loop, and then from there, rebuild it so that that doesn't happen. That's how I would try and go about fixing it, at least. Yeah, what Alfie said. It's been a tough day on the populations. Although we've more or less restabilized our moods. It's just that did it. Yay! Glad you're able to fix it. So I've got like another 100 Z levels to go down. Yeah, I don't know. I've had some people like tell me that I should be automating shearing and stuff, and I was like, I don't know about it. And so I just tried it in this fort, and frame rate response makes me go, maybe I shouldn't do that at all ever, but we'll see. Maybe I'll do it again. Brain will forget. Dumb outcome, and then it'll happen again. Nah, I'm good. Drove in. Because I can just remember to queue up a sheer sheep job roughly once a year anyway. Just put it to repeat and it'll cancel when it's done. Because if I automate it, then I'll forget it's there and then suddenly we won't have animals whatsoever. Kodiak, thank you very much for the resub. Means a lot, dude. That is the first resubscription, or first subscription in general, actually, in, holy shit, 5 hours? All right. Yeah, first sub in 5 hours. Hot damn, dude. Thanks a ton, Kodiak. Thanks for continuing to support the stream after all this time. Like, seriously, I wouldn't be able to do this job if it wasn't for people who subscribed and supported the Patreon and supported the Twitch channel and had hats next to their name, watched ads, talked in chat, shared the stream, all that jazz. I mean, if all I had was ad revenue, I would make, like... if I was only making money off of ad revenue over all of my platforms, I would currently be making, like... maybe $400 a month? $500 a month? Ish. That's not even that'll cover my internet, my phone, and part of my grocery bill. It's not nothing, but doesn't pay the rent. Oh boy, we're getting deep. Fortunately, there's a nice straight line so far. I'm really hoping we just skip the third cavern layer and go straight to the lava sea. That would actually be really convenient. But I'm not going to hold out too much hope on that. Yeah. Also, 27 months is a goddamn long time. Ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. As they continue to dig straight down. I'm also going to swap this job back to only selected do this. I don't actually need everybody planting seeds anymore. Not a great job for the entire fort to do. There's no earbuds allowed at the new shop. Oh god, that sucks. Well, at least you get to catch me now and again, yeah? Not gonna lie, it's probably, depending on what you're doing for work, that's probably for the best that there's no earbuds allowed, but at the same time, I getcha. listen out loud. Yeah, just put it on the shop's like intercom system. Done. I used to do that at my night shift job when I was at work alone. Sometimes I would just put a Twitch stream onto the entire building's stereo, which was, you know, fun. Oh, there we go. We've hit lava. Found it. Okay, so lava's right here. So we skipped the third cavern layer. So we'll get to see exactly how far we have to go to get lava up to the surface. And also we can start prepping, potentially, for hell. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that this warm gabbro wall is going to cause lava to pour into this stairway? What do you think? Yes or no, chat? Nope. Yes. It's kind of a gamble. It might. I like that combo, Shaco. Pretty cavalier. I think it's safe. But I do also think that this next one's gonna get blocked. We'll see in a moment. Mergma time. It's time for the mergma. It's magma with an American accent. Man, dwarves, move your little legs. The lava one told us, or the Gwillem dig one? I'm very like iffy about directly using other people's assets with as emotes, even though they probably don't care. It's like Gwillem has that one, and like I'd be very iffy about making that into an emote, at least for me. But it's Gwillem who has it. Gwillem's good people. Gwillem streams as a dragon. Frame rate went bye-bye again. It's like I'm blaming the birds, but I don't actually think it's the birds. There we go. So the answer is it may actually fill up with stuff. You have discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Raw adamantine, praise the miner. Okay, so I gotta pause. Let's just do all this. Cheers, Nuzzle. Thanks for the penny. Salty? Okay. Whew. Pierre? Well. Can't save them all. Can I get a round of Fs for this dwarf? It's a very warm stairwell now. But it appears we've got a spot right here. Well, might as well start digging. Had a hot death. Yeah, that's certainly one way to put it. There is filling back up. So where's the raw adamantine exactly? Guess it's not this one. Is it this one? Because I can see surface visible adamantine, supposedly. It's in there somewhere. So there's two. There's this one, and there's this one. Let's actually get rid of most of this. And instead do straight line this way. That's a good combo. Chaku. Both of them, even. Okay, so are my military having a hard time getting equipment? Because I keep seeing equipment mismatch. Update equipment. Oh, no, they're doing okay. Although I'm suddenly wondering, are you perhaps having a hard time getting your crossbows because they're all inside of a minecart on the other side of the map? Because that is a possibility. Let's make some steel crossbows. Because that may be an issue currently. Are we mining for clowns? Not quite. Not yet. I mean, we're not going to get to clowns today, but I am beginning the process for sure. So basically there's one right there. And there's one right here, mostly. Yeah. Pierre's been missing for a week. Oh gosh, I wonder why. Have to get a memorial engraved right away. Such a shame. It's also been a while since we've had a siege, now that I think about it. I wonder if those goblin factions finally gave up. I'm starting to think they may have finally given up, chat room. They couldn't defeat our absolute strength. We ran out of people. Starting to seem that way, yeah. I don't want to go. He's got a shotgun. I mean, that is true. What? Okay, so there is a minecart track there. So I need to connect the two of you together again. Which is easy enough. Human caravan has arrived to trade. Might be time for some fun soon. I'm gonna have to do a lot of prep. I mean, what? Inaccessible? Oh my god. The wagons have walked away from my inaccessible side. Chat, why do you suppose those wagons? Why do you suppose that those wagons, the wagons, can't get to my site? I have a question, Sanic. Is there a reason other than memes that people are excited for Pal World? I was watching some gameplay of it last night while I was editing. And it really just looks like Craftopia to me. Which is that developer's other early access game. And it's really kind of funny to me because people, it seemed like, or people more and more so, as time goes on, are less and less interested in buying early access titles. The only time that I'm sketched out by early access titles is when a developer puts out one big ambitious early access title and then relatively short period of time later puts out a second one. Palworld is the developer of Craftopia, which is another ambitious open world title, which doesn't have great reviews currently, is quite unfinished, and people don't seem thrilled with it. Which is a massive red flag to me. So I have a question. What do people see in Palworld that makes people want it so much? Aside from the fact that it's just meme-tacular Pokemon survival game with guns. What is Palworld is an open world survival crafting game that just happens to animate similarly enough to the current Legend of Zelda games that people, and it also has shitty knockoff Pokemon and AK-47s for some reason, is Palworld. And it's made by the people who made Craftopia, which is the game that sold really well because there was an animation of cows on a conveyor belt falling into a meat grinder, and people thought it was funny with an eye, and bought a lot of it. And then we're like, hey, this game's kind of bad and unfinished and not great. Well, it's not free. It's on Game Pass, which means you've paid for it. And by playing it, you are giving them a higher cut of Game Pass. So it is not free. There is no point ever in the Game Pass cycle where a game on Game Pass is free for anybody. Holy shit. Somebody on YouTube has given me a 20 British pound. I think that's British pound. Super thanks. Thank you. That means a lot. Appreciate you. Making the YouTube chat is making the Twitch chat not look generous today. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sour on Game Pass these days. I think I was much more positive on it a while ago, but it's just kind of starting to feel like Netflix to me. In that it stopped feeling like a good deal pretty quick, but I also don't play enough different new games frequently enough that it was a good deal for me. So it stopped being a good deal for me a while ago, and I just kind of unsubscribed like quite a good chunk of time ago. And I don't see myself really going back ever. Because I kind of would just rather own the game if I'm going to do something like that. So basically what you're trying to tell me is that it's a meme-tacular, mid-looking survival game that's Pokemon with guns that people have just already unknowingly funded by giving Microsoft money every month. And so thus you're interested. Okay, I mean, fair enough. If it's a service you're already paying for and it's a game that looks funny, then why not try it out? I think it's hysterically strange, people's double standards on early access games. Like the number of times I've talked to people like, oh, I don't play any early access games. Oh, I only play early access games if I trust the developers. And then generally not those same people, but then other people are, a different group of people are just like, Pokemon with guns? They're already like half abandoning another game that they started that is very similar, just doesn't have Pokemon and doesn't have guns. Cool. I just think it's bizarre. You're okay with developers putting out ambitious, probably never finishable early access games in early access, charging people money for it, and then putting out a very similar game with a slightly different theme? All right, I'll keep that in mind. Hey, Glino. Hey, Kayla. Thank you very much for the raid. What's up, Raiders? Hello, Stelius. Hey, Johnny. How's things? Hello, Raiders. How are you, friends? How was stream today? How was Fort? What's up, Tynes? Clino. / shout out. Like, yeah, you could do the old-fashioned one, but the modern one's better. There you go. That's the modern one. That was a delight. Well, there you go. Enjoyed listening to her voice. Sucker for Irish accents. Reminds me of talking to my cousins over the phone when I was younger, actually. Haven't spoke to any of them in like, I don't know, 20 years. Something like that. Because I have a lot of Irish cousins who are older than me. Which we used to think was really funny because they used to drive 4 hours to their music lessons, which were quite literally on the other end of the country. And then there's me going like, we drive for 3 hours to get to our music lesson once a month. That was with a different teacher for a specific thing. And we weren't even getting across the city. But dwarves cleaning out their clothes. They're probably cleaning out the dead closets. Did you use a DF hack command to make them unclaim all their clothes? Or... because it's certainly possible that they were cleaning out the closets of a dead dwarf. You have a good night, Bastet. I've seen children that are like 0 years old in Dwarf Fortress that worship more than 10 deities over on YouTube, based on that question. So, just for whatever that's worth, that's not a particularly noteworthy observation. Nothing particularly out of the norm, at least. But it's good that you found the source of your bin issue. Is it raid o'clock? Ratmos, thank you much for the raid. What's up? What were you up to today? How's things? What were you playing? I don't recognize your name, I gotta say. So I don't want to make too many assumptions on what you were playing most recently, but thank you. Ah, played up. Gotcha. Played up. I feel like I saw that game at PAX like multiple years before it came out. Like in my brain, Played Up has been out for like 8 years, but I know it's still like a relatively recent-ish release. You type in / and then the word shout out and then the person's name. First saw it a couple years ago. Yeah, it's been out for a couple years now, but I feel like it's been out way longer. Is the one that confiscates owned items. There you go. That's why they're emptying out their stuff. That right there is why you're having the bin issues, because they're trying to reclaim their items. Anonymous Gifter, thanks for checking out a 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. But do you have a good stream, Ratmost? And to anybody coming over from either of the 2 raids, my name's Greg. I play way too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. And that's about it. We've been live for quite some time today. This is 10.5 hours in. We're building in a really pointy rock, and I'm currently trading with humans. Sometimes. Usually what ends up happening is none of them show up, and then I go, so I'm not going to play this game again tomorrow. I guess I'll play something else then. Washing off steaks. So were you washing the steaks because they fell on the ground? Or, hey, Farron. Now, why were you washing the steaks? I've cooked a steak or 3 in my life. At what point in the cooking process of the steak do you wash it? All right, enjoy your din-din time, Elfie. It's okay, Clino's got the fort. Gotta keep them wet so they don't crack. Ooh. What? What kind of steak are you cooking? I mean, you gotta wash it before you stab the vampire, naturally. Stelius. But, like... Hey, chat ordered their steak medium wet. There's a joke in there somewhere. I'm not gonna make it. But I just want you to know that I'm not impressed. I need to say that. That's all. Anyways. Hygiene is key when hunting the undead. I was going for vampires, but undead works too. Like I said, there's a joke in there somewhere, Stelius. What do I want from these tall people? Let's do this. That, this. And D's. Great. Done. I don't really care if the other 4 items never make it up. This, that, and the other. Yes, exactly. Proper me speak. Multiple religions and cultures order rinsed meat? Sure, certainly. But last I checked, Twitch chat isn't a religion nor a culture. A salt factory, maybe. But Twitch chat is many things. I certainly hope Twitch chat isn't a religion yet. A culture. Yeah, sure. I was more going like the yogurt type of culture, but sure. You'd argue. You could argue for culture. Actually, you're not wrong. You could make an argument that Twitch chat is a culture. Good lord. See, I'm more into the noob biotics, less of the probiotics. You don't have to pay them as much. How's it going, Bobtron? I mean, lots of dwarves have died today. I had a doctor's appointment in the middle of the stream, which was weird. It was a phone call appointment, and I had to get up and leave for a bit. I uploaded a video this morning that I wish more people watched, and I have a bit of an upset stomach for some reason. My tummy's been unhappy for the last about 90 minutes. But aside from that, I'm okay. Things are all right. Getting by. Playing the video game. Playing the dwarfs. Keeping the dwarfs from killing themselves too quickly and intentionally. Fermented dill pickled cucumbers. Ooh. They don't seem to be getting sour. It's the noob biotics. Yeah, I shouldn't have budgeted that much. Actually, I think it's because I'm suddenly reintroducing my body to dates and raisins. Because I decided to buy dates and raisins for my oatmeal instead of sunflower seeds and craisins, which is what I usually have. And I think my body's rebelling slightly. This happened yesterday too. But it's like not bad enough that it's like a problem. My body's just like, the fuck is this? And it's not thrilled. Okay, so what I can do, I think, we're in an ad break. I will wait until the ads are over, and then I'm going to get Steel up and running again. One can live on dates, but soon wishes one didn't. Yeah, even like 20 grams of dates. I'm pretty sure that's how much I put in. 20 grams of sliced dates. But I don't know. It makes for good breakfast. So, tolerating it. But yeah, I'm based on the weather outside recently, Clino. I don't know what weather's been like for you, but it's been cold enough here that like I could understand why certain things wouldn't work if you're trying to do stuff of the fermenting variety. Or things not working as well as intended at the very least. Those bacteria need cocoa and a blanket. Yeah. Those are cozy biotics. Very different thing. What are you running from, R. Williams? You're allowed to make jokes here. So many jobs. So many dwarf jobs. Now, this construction doesn't need to be forbidden. I can just get rid of that because they connected, so it's fine. These are all hauling jobs to get rid of all these boulders. Well, I didn't say I would get Stelius running again, but okay. I see your point. I see your point. I still want to know where my frame rate went, because we were like very steadily at like 70 frames a second, and then suddenly like just gone. Nope. Stuck. Fix stuck merchants, I bet. Nope. Fix Corrupt jobs, maybe? Nope. Fix retrieve units? Okay, so there were 2 lost cave blobs. I doubt that was it, though. Well, to just quote a podcast that nobody here listens to, running is for dicks. Cool kids ride bikes. Sporting Goods? Didn't Dick's Sporting Goods go out of business? I mean, I've talked many times about the glory that was the one time I got sponsored by Dick's Sporting Goods to read an ad for them. It was truly glorious. A forgotten beast that's actually kind of scary has come. It's called Nulthag. Nulthag? An enormous eyeless mantis. Okay, never mind. Not scary. Very weak. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its fire. Oh, and I can't even get to it. And it's stuck? No, it's not. But I can't get to it. I don't think it can get to me unless it's really good at climbing, in which case I'm going to really quickly fix this because it may be actually able to get to me because if it can climb, it can probably get to me. But even then. Not such a big deal. Welcome back, Elfie. Oh, hey, their website's back up. The reason I say that is we were talking about Dick's Sporting Goods like 6 months ago, and someone was like, didn't they just file for bankruptcy? And we all tried to open their website, and it didn't load the entirety of that day. So that's why I was asking about that, but their website's up, so maybe they are back up. I don't know. We don't have Dick's Sporting Goods here in Canada, but I did get sponsored once years ago back when I took sponsorships to do a 90-second ad read for them on my stream, and it was like one of the funniest ads I ever got to read because it actually had a quota in it that I had to say dicks.com like it was about 24 times. In a very short period of time. Who rides e-bikes? Do you guys judge me if I made fun of people who ride e-bikes? I don't understand why people order a disposable bicycle. Because most e-bikes do not have replaceable batteries. I guess one could say that dicks are once again erect. It's okay, that is actually a website. And it's also actually dicks.com, so it's okay. It's actually Dick's Sporting Goods website. It just looks sketchy as hell. I'm gonna order one without swappable batteries. So many people do, though. Like, holy shit. I don't know. I don't mind electronic bikes. I like my bike because it turns out where I live, it's relatively flat. And while, you know, I like riding my bike, I feel like riding an electric bike where it's relatively flat is 100% defeating the purpose. So, an e-cargo bike, yeah, that makes sense. That, like, an e-cargo bikes to me make a lot of sense. But it's those personal e-bikes that are like roughly the same size and utility of just a normal bike. I don't understand why people ride them here, outside of laziness. Because, like, there are parts of town around here that are kind of hilly, but at the very least, where I live and where I ride my bike, it is very flat. More members of the Cult of Amethysts are arriving, and this one brought a goose. Can't be trusted. And a baby llama. More migrants. Bookbinder. Gelder. Duck. And a cavie. I don't agree. I think it entirely that e-bikes make sense if you live somewhere where you need it or if it's a cargo bike that is transporting children or large amounts of stuff. Otherwise, I don't actually agree that e-bikes make sense. It's unnecessary battery production. If you are younger than the age of like 65, you have good enough working legs that the exercise is a benefit to something that's already benefiting you, i.e. it's a cheaper form of transportation. So if the place that you live has the ability to provide bike lanes to some degree that are at least decent, or at the very least exist even, because, you know, we have this problem where lots of places in the world don't even have that. As long as you live somewhere that at the very least has all right bike infrastructure, there's no logical reason to get an electric bike outside of transporting children. Sure, if you live somewhere with heavy hills, that's, like I said, that's another space where it makes sense. But I would argue that in general, it is better to have a manual bike. I'm out of pigtail seeds. It's kind of surprising. There's also a dead bunny on the ground. Gotta get rid of that. But I don't know. I'm one of those people who doesn't particularly like electric scooters. Part of the reason I have a slight beef with electric bikes is I see a lot of idiots on the road, mostly in cars. But I also see a lot of idiots on bikes. And every single time I see a manual bike, almost every single time, I should say, almost every single time I see a person on a manual bike, they have a helmet on and they're on the right side of the road, meaning they are riding the bike correctly as you are supposed to, riding with traffic on the bike lane. Almost every single time I see a electric bike, they don't have a helmet on, talking on their phone, and on the wrong side of the road, going way too fucking fast, usually on the sidewalk. So I personally have a slight beef with them because I deal with the stupidity of the people riding them, both when I'm on my bike and when I'm walking. Yeah, and so now I can just pull out my argument of alternatively hook up a manual bike with a regenerative charger. Cool. You still have to replace the battery every so often, and those batteries have to be mined out of somewhere. So if it's like an eco thing, or if it's a save the planet thing, or if it's a, be a better person thing, you're still kind of defeating the purpose. Tend to be 70% part of the dick category. Fair enough. In my experience, the vast majority of the assholes I run into that are on bikes are on e-bikes. Yeah, also, most electric bikes shouldn't be able to go as fast as they do. We need better regulations on those things. Because I've seen electric bikes going the speed of an actual like electric scooter, which is something not like the little stand-on things, the ones that you sit on that you need a license for, that are like a small motorcycle. I've seen ones like these electric bikes going in the 60s in the kilometers, and they're in the bike lane. It's like, what are you even doing? See, get an e-cargo bike, because that makes sense, and then get a bike for the rest of the time. I mean, if your excuses are lazy and stingy, you're just gonna get complaining from me forever. I think personally, from my perspective, you should absolutely get a better form of transport than a car, especially if you live in a city. 1000%. But I don't fucking care where you're from or how fast they can go. You should get a bike that doesn't have an expiry date. And a bike that has significantly cheaper tires to replace. And a bike that is, in general, better for the planet and for you than anybody else. Like, part of the reason I have my bicycle is for exercise, right? But I'll tell you this. There's plenty of times where I'm feeling lazy, feel like shit, don't want to ride the bike, decide or promise that I'm going to meet my parents somewhere. And I get on it, and I start riding. Doesn't matter the weather. Doesn't matter the weather. Cheers me up. And you get used to it. Bicycle improves your life. E-bike devalues your wallet more than a bicycle does. Unless you're getting a cargo bike, at which point, okay, I can see the argument. If you're not on the road, aren't you supposed to ride against traffic? What the fuck? Have you never ridden a bike before? That's all I have to say in response to you. Have you ever looked at the rules of the road for what you're supposed to do on a bicycle? It's the polar opposite. Minimum. You're supposed to ride with traffic because when you're walking, if you're not on the road and you're walking, you're supposed to walk towards traffic so that you can both see each other. If you're on a bicycle, you're supposed to go with traffic because on average, especially on slower streets, you're going roughly the same speed as a car. If you think about physics for a second, if you are riding on a bicycle, if you're walking towards a car, the speed difference isn't that much. It's not going to speed it up. You can see the car. You can get out of the way if a car's coming towards you. If you're on a bicycle and you're riding the bicycle towards the car and you get hit by a car head on, congratulations, you're not just like injured, you're dead. If you're riding with traffic and you get hit by a car, you fly off the bicycle. So no, you're riding with traffic if you're on a bicycle. And also you can get a speeding ticket on a bicycle, which I found out at the age of 14. I was gunning it on my dad's racing bike down a hill and went through a school zone. It was a weekend, but still I went through a school zone, which required me to be going 20 kilometers an hour or less. And, well, I was going like twice that. But also, I was young enough that the officer was just like, well, I don't feel like doing paperwork, so you're wearing a helmet. Consider this a warning. Like, phew. But I did once, like, break the speed limit on a bicycle. It's really weird to try and wrap my brain around miles per hour. Can we speak in kilometers like normal people? Like, you know, it's funny. Like, I've met some, like, plenty of American friends over the years who genuinely don't understand Celsius and Fahrenheit. So it's like conversions. So it's like, okay, I'll transfer. This is me with miles. Like, my brain just refuses to comprehend miles. For some reason, like, it's a form of measurement I've had to actually use unironically maybe once in my life. And that was because I did an extended sports stay thing down in the US, and they kept like telling us distances for our runs in miles, and it was like, I don't know how far that is. Doesn't matter, Salty. You can tell me that all you want. And just like arrogant American idiots who hang out in my chat who tell me they don't know what a Celsius is, I'm gonna be an arrogant Canadian idiot and tell you, catch up with the rest of the fucking planet and transfer all your speed limits to kilometers. God damn it. You hear miles, I give up. I think about Morales. And I don't even like Spider-Man. I was switching for a lot of things. I think it's about 40 kilometers an hour. I get you. Thank you. I'm not actually that arrogant. I have a rough idea of how fast mile is, but I don't understand why people willingly use miles for anything. War rage is on. I mean, it's only a war if people give a shit. Everybody could just agree to use kilometers. Is it bad that I'm like tempted to just be like, I like feet with no context? No, because that's just how the internet works. But yeah, gallons are kind of shit. Americans always have like a quadruple take when they come up here and see gas sold in liters and not gallons. Clipped. Fine. Bleh. With all of the loons in the US, they're lucky that they haven't tried to convert everything to qubits. This feels like the appropriate time for me to remind everybody that there was a very brief period of time where Swatch decided it would be a good idea to make a series of watches that worked on internet time and nobody bought them. A win for the sanity of humanity. We don't get many of those. Getting better at reading KPH is because your e-bike speedometer is in KPH? Yeah, because smart people made it. I'm being unnecessarily mean. I'm sorry. Also, hey, Adrian. Hope you're doing well, dude. What the fuck is internet time? Exactly! Reading from Wikipedia. Swatch Internet Time is a way to measure time invented in 1998 by the Swatch manufacturing firm, Switzerland. Time is known as an at mark with 3 numerals. The day starts with at 000 for midnight, and noon is at 500. Just before midnight is at 999. The 1,000 parts which make up a day are called dot beats. Each dot beat is 1 minute and 26.4 seconds long. Midnight is the same time as Central European Winter Time, and UTC +1 and Internet Time is the same. Internet Time is the same all over the world and does not change during the summer. People can use it to plan phone calls or internet meetings, and most types of Linux can show Internet Time as the desktop clock. Is that still true? Linux distros, do the planet a favor. Delete that code. We don't want this to even have a chance of catching on. Most educational systems now teach both systems in the US. Could have fooled me. It's too expensive to change all signs. That's, you know, What I want to know is, what's the added manufacturing cost to car manufacturers of having to add in the KPH and MPH to the speedometer? I know that it's a really small thing, but I actually wonder about things like that sometimes. No, I know they do. But what is the added manufacturing cost of adding that extra sticker? It's probably pennies, but I'm sure it adds up. That's what I'm asking. Like, if they didn't have to put that extra sticker there. Like, for example, if it was just KPH. Of course. How much cheaper would it be for them annually? $300 US, the spoil rips. Which one did you get? Yeah, which vape? You can't just tell me you bought a $300 USD vape and don't tell me what vape it is. Get your is this like a tiny mite? Did you get yourself some fancy Stores and Bickle thing? Which one did you go for? Oh, it's a DaVinci IQ2. I get you. I've actually heard of that one. Air temp seems more intuitive if you're used to a system. Let me tell you, as somebody who didn't have to use Celsius until he decided that having a career on the internet was a good idea, or that only had to use never had to use Fahrenheit until he decided that having a career on the internet was a good idea, and then having to talk to people in the US. Celsius is more intuitive if that's the one you've used your whole life. Fahrenheit is more intuitive if that's the one that you've used your whole life. Fahrenheit makes absolutely zero fucking logical sense. Anything below 0, probably ice. Anything above 0, probably not ice. What's with this 30 bullshit? A sliding scale, like, no. No. It's not more intuitive. There's no point where it's not more intuitive for air. Compromise and agree on Kelvin. Hobbes has other words. 32, fuck yourself. That's all I have to say to that. God damn it. F is designated to be how cold do you feel? F is designated to be outdated and should be abolished. And Celsius is logical for smart people. Got nothing to do with how you feel. You see, smart humans also don't live somewhere where it would ever reach 100 on any scale. I'm just saying. This is the most gatekeepy you'll ever see me, by the way. And I'm absolutely 100% serious about literally everything that I'm saying right now. So you should take everything that I'm saying very seriously and get really offended. Please don't. And you're saying that that's logical because what frame of logic are you pulling that from? I refuse to agree with any of this. So, like, the funny thing about this discussion is, like, people start arguing with me thinking that they're going to convince me. Whenever this argument starts. And it's always Americans that are arguing at me. I'm not stupid, Drovian. And then it turns into this kind of thing where it's like, you realize this. Nah, shit. You realize I'm throwing unnecessary piles of shade. Can you see how much shade is in this room right now? I'm throwing it as much as I can. Been streaming for 11 hours. If I'm babbling about some fucking nonsense, give me a break. I'm also pretty slim, but I'm not the real Slim Shady. So it's -3C at your location. I believe you. F is from an era that a certain country clings on to. And it sticks around because of tradition. That's about it. It's a lot of Gabbro. Bob. Pandafulio has been taken by a Fey mood. -11C right now in Wisconsin? Oof. Tradition. I know exactly the tune that you are trying to invoke with that. That's not me being gatekeepy. That's just me turning into a school teacher. I'm just preaching logical, correct statements. Although, actually, I'm not gonna lie, like, I played a math roguelike once called Hydra something. Like Hydra Slayer. I'm pretty sure it's literally called Hydra Slayer. And all of the combat is math. You get a number on your weapon based on the last thing you hit, and then you have to hit the next thing. It's pretty fun. No, there's multiple Clino devs. This is version number 347 of the Clino dev hive mind. Do not trust the other Clino devs. They may or may not be trying to steal your soul or something. You used to play a game called Merlin's Math? I'm assuming Merlin's Meth is a very different game. The reason I think I'm so tied to the DF community is because I was one of the only people who was actively streaming this game before it released on Steam. Like, quite literally, it was like me and a very small handful of other people. And because of that, I guess I just kind of had a head start on everybody else. Turns out, if you're largely one of the only people doing a thing, the people who make the thing tend to notice. But Clino used to be around here a lot more, even. And then, like, the internet got super busy when the Steam version came out. I haven't seen Clino as much. And I shed a tear every single day. It's better built than your house. Mate, what are you smoking? You seem pretty wrecked currently. DF release plus 3 months. I want to say one of my favorite quotes from you was it was like February or something, and you were like, it's been the longest 6 months of December, the longest 6 weeks of December I've ever had, or something. It's like, how you doing? It's been the longest 6 weeks of December that I've ever experienced. Ah, okay. I see. The way you were talking earlier, it sounded like you'd already hit it a dozen times. I don't know, it looked cool, madam. You might be in an ad, and maybe I didn't hear that. Does alcohol freeze on militia dwarves? Keep dropping it everywhere. I don't know if it freezes, but there was one time I had a dwarf catch on fire, and they had alcohol in their flask, and the alcohol boiled, and the steam put the fire out, from what I could tell. So, I don't know about freezing, but I know it can boil. Not that that really answers your question, but... Yeah, it is definitely possible that they spilled it on themselves, and then if they walk outside in the rain, like sometimes people will think that their dwarves are bleeding, or like there's just alcohol everywhere for some reason because they walked out in the rain and their armor all got washed off. It's like, if you have soap and a well available and active water, they will bathe themselves, but otherwise they don't actually do that. So it's possible that you could run into that. Matam, in case you were stuck in an ad, why did I decide to build a fort in a giant spire? Because it looked cool. And that's why I decided to do 90% of the things I do in this video game, is because it looked cool. But yeah, I think and also another thing about the DF community, and specifically the people who make this game, I think a lot of people kind of underestimate how willing the developers of this game are to just work with creators. Like, it feels dumb of me to say this stuff right now because, like, I don't want people to steal my shtick, but at the same time, Tarn comes on my streams literally because I emailed him and asked. Granted, I had already met him at that point, but the reason Tarn started coming on my streams was literally just because I asked nicely. So, yeah, I don't know. Chrome accents in the flower chamber? I wonder if those would scuff up. Not only that, but I sent him the original email to ask if he would pop on my stream while in hospital. I was stuck in the hospital and bored and was just like, I need something to look forward to and work towards. 1, 2, 3, 4, Oopsies. It's supposed to be one further up. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Now here's hoping. Oh, sweet. Bob, aka Pando, has created a spiked gold ball and claims it as a family heirloom. I'd love to know all about your spiked gold ball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Do tell us all about this ball. This is a spiked gold ball. A Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cushioned mudstone cabochons and fungi wood, and diorite and cabochons and cave spider silk. And Drotha leather. This object menaces with spikes of mudstone and pigtail. On the item is an image of goblins and dwarves in gold. The goblins are fighting with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the attack on the pointy rock of artifacts by the Sly Theater by the poisonous indignation of in the early spring of 133 during Oslar, the onslaught of drilling. We're getting artifacts of my own sieges now. That's kind of cool. Yeah, no, I had a beer with the guy who made that fort like back this past summer. Yeah, it was this summer. It was like towards the end of summer. But yeah, we met up and grabbed a beer. He's local to me. I made a video reading all of Arch Crystal, and was a kind of, well, I want to do this. And so I let him know, and he was just like, well, no, I'll finish the story then. Oh. God, this is far down. Yeah, he does come in every now and again. He's working on another long-term fort. But, you know, he's got kids, so makes things difficult. So he can only really work on it 2 times a year. A werewolf came in and killed them and left. Well, sucks to be them. Also, I got a real quick pop-up because we are in fall now. We're going to deconstruct that. That one's done. So we're going to hope that they end up going to this one. But they'll only go to that one if they end up on the right layer. So fingers crossed they end up on the right layer. They usually arrive on the 14th. Here's open. Yeah, this is all gonna forbid a couple times. The logs say werewolf? That's crazy. It's always neat to see werewolves, because they're the iconic one, and they're like, it's like 1 in 100 something? I actually don't know how many different were creatures there are, to be honest. I've never looked at the list. Zombie giant sponge is a new one. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of very old school Dwarf Fortress community members who pop in. I'll be honest, I don't see Zombie Giant Sponge in here that often. Zombie Giant Sponge isn't somebody who comes by super frequently. We'll see you later, Big Bang. I mean, it's getting late. It's 11 o'clock. It's funny, people were asking me if I was going to play adventure mode tonight, and I think at this point it's pretty safe to say no. So I ain't doing like a 14-hour stream today. I kind of hate making this excuse, but once again, chat didn't pay me well enough to do a 14-hour stream today. It turns out I've got a lot of stuff I want to get done, so Zombie's really lurking. Oh, maybe then zombie does come in. I think the only time I see zombie giant sponge speaking is during all the. It's oddly fitting that a zombie giant sponge is lurky, by the way. I do need to say that. The only time I see zombie is during the Tarn talks. I've also given Putnam an open invite to. Just pop into the stream whenever, and just yell at me on voice chat. But well, there you go. There's zombie. Hi, zombie. Sorry for calling you out a lurk. Enjoy your darkness. Yay! They went in the right way. I'm so happy. I was very worried they were going to decide to come down the mountain this time, and then the wagons will all just cancel. Hallelujah. Admittedly, it's just a wagon. A single wagon. Don't mind the red. It's fine. It's just red. It's not going to hurt you. However, if we accidentally pull the wrong lever when you walk in here, that definitely will hurt you, but I won't do that because that would be mean. The thing is, like, I don't ever look at my lurker lists, right? Yeah, you've been around a while. I know that much, but I never look at my lurker lists. So somebody could be lurking actively, and as far as I know, if they haven't been around in ages. Mostly just because, like, I feel like that's rude. I don't know. It's like peeking in the change room. I really hope. Well, that's weird. I was about to say, I really hope that they, like, speed up the opening of that menu. But, it just keeps getting worse. Like, it's so jarring that stocks opens extremely quickly now, yet doesn't matter how long it's been, the trading UI is still really slow to open. Literally just gonna give out everything. Sometimes, like, if I haven't seen a really chatty regular in a really long time, I will go into my bot's data and look at when they last joined the chat. Because, like, sometimes I'll have really chatty members of chat, and then they'll just vanish. And I go, okay, did I, like, forget that they said they were going to go away for a bit or something? Did they die? And then I get worried, and then my brain gets paranoid, and then I go look, and it's like, oh, they watched me yesterday. That's fine. They just haven't said anything. I get it. That's okay. And then I stop worrying, usually. Or it's like they haven't tuned in a year, and they don't follow you anymore, and they've deleted your account, and then I just be sad. Which has absolutely happened before. Like, there's many times I've, like, been like, man, I wonder what happened to this person. Then I go look them up, and it's like, they don't follow you anymore. It's like, well, fuck you too, then. Kind of deal. And then it turns into, like, the mental gymnastics of, like, was it me? Was it something I said? Am I the asshole? Aw, man. The answer is yes, usually. I probably did say something shitty, and I am probably the asshole. And you know what? Well, I'll never learn. Get rid of all this human stuff. Large leather loincloth. I'd be terrified to find that in real life, let alone in a video game. Menacing copper spike. Yeah, you can take that. I don't need that. It's fine. Get rid of these tower cap traction benches. I got a lot of thread, turns out. Oh shit, I gotta place that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down to here, go over here, grab this, and go over this. Lurking for the win. Yeah, there you go. The only time I kind of yell at lurkers is when I'm gonna raid. It's the only time I really yell at lurkers where it's like, all right, everybody, wake the fuck up. Gotta go yell at somebody. Aside from that, yeah, I generally just ignore lurkers. Guys, lurkers gotta lurk. Let them lurk. Thanks for saying that, Fraga. What do they want? Well, or what do I want, I guess. For no particular reason, I'm going to request they bring me large serrated discs because I've got too much money and I'm going to be making some of those soon. That'll speed up my life. I know basic location data, so country. I know age category, and I know whatever gender you've put into your Twitch. That's basically it. YouTube gives a lot more data. Hey, Crampton King. We're still trying to honor your dwarf's legacy. I mean, I know watch time, but it's not viewer specific. It's like total months worth of watch time, like in the last... in the last 30 days, my Twitch channel has gotten 2.3 million minutes watched. But I don't know where that came from, or who specifically. Doesn't tell me that. That I can sell. That I can also sell. That I can also sell. And that I can also sell. You're still having it, Rick? Jeez, dude. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I have a question. Is it just mining or do other things get done? Not that it's really going to help your issue. I'm just mildly curious. How we all make money? The vast majority of the money I make comes from bits and gifted subs and direct tips. The vast majority. The second most money I get is from YouTube watch time because YouTube Premium pays decently well. And ads on YouTube. And then I guess also ads on Twitch. But that's a fraction of my revenue on Twitch. Then Patreon underneath that. And then underneath Patreon is merch sales. And then there's some other odds and ends that I make from money from here and there, like contract gigs and stuff. But the vast majority of the money I make is from direct tips and subscribers on Twitch and patrons. I make like $80 a month off of tips on YouTube. So I mean, yeah, I guess I make money there, but... Like Potato, you were wondering, you're curious about that totally available floor tile that's apparently unpathable? Does it just say that it's open space? Nothing, no construction, no mining, no smoothing, nothing. I feel like you should post that save somewhere where other people can look at it, Rick. Or like send it to somebody else in DMs to screw around with, because you might just be missing something. But it's hard to say. Oh, I'm not talking about YouTube, Scoats. I'm talking about Twitch. The 2.3 million minutes is Twitch, not YouTube. And the reason I get 2.3 million minutes watched per month is because I have like 150 to 300 concurrent viewers generally, and people lurk in the streams and watch and talk as well on YouTube in the last 30 days. So YouTube does things in hours, not in minutes. divided by 60. So my watch time on YouTube for the past 28 days, because they don't do 30, they do 28, is 49,000 hours with, by my quick maths here with a calculator, seems to come out to 816,000 hours. Or 1,000 minutes, rather. And then on my second YouTube channel, I have what? Second YouTube channel is currently pulling 12.5 thousand hours in the last 28 days. No, it's just rounding up. Maniac. YouTube doesn't give you very precise numbers, and it kind of bothers me. Unless you dig into their stuff. They have a lot of very annoying, very overly simplified portions of the UI. Or its analytics. Okay, Sparky, let's get you to get your drink and then get you over here. But Twitch is muted because I put you on YouTube Premium. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. The YouTube chat is largely quiet. I wouldn't say dead, but quiet for two reasons. It's quiet first because YouTube only promotes streams that it thinks would be good for its algorithm. And turns out the only type of stream that YouTube thinks is good for its algorithm is when I put new fort in the title. Like, to give you an idea, on new fort days, the YouTube audience often matches the Twitch audience. Like it pulls like 200 people, which is nuts. But generally it pulls like 30 to 50. Right now I think there's like 30 in the YouTube watching the YouTube stream. And that's actually what I hate about streaming on YouTube is the fact that YouTube streams perform based on how well YouTube thinks it'll perform. Not your audience, because most of the people on YouTube only watch what's on the front page of YouTube. They don't look at the subscription box ever. So the result is people watch what gets promoted. And if it's not getting promoted, people don't watch it. Like, I get about 400,000 views a month on the on my YouTube channel, my main YouTube channel, about 400,000. On a great month, I'll get like 6 or 7, maybe a million. And it's like 4% of those views come from the subscriptions box. Nobody watches like anything from the subscriptions box anymore, and they haven't for a really long time. And I lament that fact. I think it's really, really, really bad for the platform's health. It's not hot garbage. It's kind of fine, actually. I mean, it's how I watch all YouTube videos, so I would disagree that it's garbage. But I think that YouTube has tried to disincentivize people's interest in using it as much as possible. Which, like I said, is bad for creators on the platform. It's probably good for the platform, but it's bad for creators on the platform. Let's buy you a few bars, why not? Pile of the woods. I want that nethercap piano thingy because it looks cool. I mean, this is like, you know, it's funny. There's been a lot of scuttlebutt about streamers and creators losing faith in Twitch for one reason or another. The reason I still have faith in Twitch is at the very least, like, Amazon being a creepy parent company that, like, threatens, like, layoffs constantly sucks. But at the very least, Twitch has live streaming at the forefront of its priorities and making live streaming as good as possible. For YouTube, I swear, it feels like live streaming is like a side hobby that they forget about half the time. That they don't actually care about. It's really what it feels like. Buy those fancy steel spears, why not? Maybe, like, consider poking Putnam and asking her to take a look at your save file, Rick. You have a lot of free time, so you thought about popping on camera. It just seems like a crapshoot to get noticed. If you're going into streaming hoping to get noticed, whatever that means, don't. Because you won't. No one will notice you. Like, people look at me and they go, this guy's seeing some success. I think I can do that. And then they try streaming for 3 months and then they give up. And that's how the cycle works. I'll wait for the next round of victims to end up in the same cycle. Because what they don't realize is this idiot here, this guy that you're watching right now, started streaming in 2013 and streamed actively with a 6-month break in the middle because I was homeless for a bit. But aside from the homeless bit, I streamed actively from 2013, break at the end of 2013, started back up in 2014. I didn't average above 10 concurrent viewers. Yes, she's on Discord. She's in the KitFox Discord. I didn't average above 10 concurrent viewers until about 2015. I streamed for 2 years before I averaged above 10 concurrent viewers. Then I streamed an additional year and a half before I averaged above 30. Then after that, I started getting a little bit of success. By about mid-late 2016, after I got back from TwitchCon, I made a few friends and met a few people and started getting some views after that and started seeing small amounts of success after that. The thing that you need to realize is you don't get noticed. It's not how this industry works. And if you're going into this industry or deciding to pick up streaming as a hobby, which is what the vast majority of people should do, pick it up as a hobby. Don't expect anybody to watch. If you get some success, roll with it and be happy. But unless you are an extraordinarily talented individual or somebody who is extraordinarily unique, you're fucked. You're fucked. Straight up, you're fucked. Sold them one of the treasures that I stole from Sunbirths, which I honestly think is fitting. So, like, not to be weird, I'm a generic white dude. There's a lot of us. Fortunately, I don't have a massive beard, because then I would be like 80% of Twitch's main audience. I have long hair, which makes me slightly unique. So you do not stand out at all in a popularity-based industry, if you're like me. We're all unique once we get out of our shell. That doesn't matter. Pink doubled. It doesn't matter in the slightest. The reason that so few people see success on this platform is if you... Daryl describing Tronco. The reason so few people see success on this platform is because most streamers are literally identical to literally every other streamer on the market. The only reason I've seen success, period, is because I occupy a niche. And before I occupied this niche, I found different niches that I could occupy. And I occupied those niches, and it did pretty well for me. As time went on, I was lucky enough to be able to find other niches to replace those niches when I got tired of those. And I'm still like that. The only reason I have an audience is because I'm pretty okay at making tutorials and know how to play a game all right. Also, I'm glad you got out of that, Scoats. I never said there's anything wrong with beard. I just said it makes you less unique. I used to always joke, Scoats, that I dust off the cobwebs in the corners of the weird portions of Twitch that nobody looks at. That, for years, was like almost my slogan. Good for you. Yeah, but you said being noticed. These platforms don't choose who succeed. People succeed and people fail. But you said getting noticed. Basically, I'll simplify what I'm saying. Maniac. Want to stream? Stream as a hobby for fun. Don't give a fuck. Enjoy the process. There is a very wise man who you see, and you see his face probably every single time you're on Twitch. Also, clarity, I don't make a lot of money. I make, like, an okay... I made a pretty okay salary this year. Or by this year, I mean 2023. And I will never make that again. I'll likely be closer to minimum wage again by the end of this year. So, but the thing that people need to realize about social media is social media and content creation as an industry is designed to be alluring as a job. That is how they make profit. They want you to stream as much as possible. But unlike something like Uber, you're a contract worker who just straight up won't make money, right? So if you go into this thinking about it like Uber or Skip the Dishes or any other of these gig economy nightmare hells, you're fucked, to put it politely, because you are going to expect to make at least some money with your time put in. But you're not, because it's a popularity-based industry. You only make money based on your own popularity. So if nobody gives a shit, you're fucked before you even got started. Shit. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Also, that's kind of funny. Upon digging up, I've ended up right next to another spire. The only reason I survived this long is because I don't own a car. Because I can't legally drive because of my eyes. How do you know there's a spire? My fortress is shaped like a giant spike coming out of the ground, so we've been calling it the spire. How do I know that there's a spire? Oh, wait, how do I know that there's like an adamantine? Oh, because it's right there. I can see it. Like, there's gems. Spiky wall, studded with gems. I saw some advice to aspiring YouTubers that you need to drop at least $400 on a mic. Fuck off. Hell no. Also, number one, don't be a VTuber. That's just a side note, because if you want any luck of succeeding as a VTuber, you need a unique model. And so, like, I know somebody who's spent thousands of dollars on gear and makes tens of dollars a month. Just don't fucking do that. Stream to nobody for a while and decide if you like doing it before you decide to invest in it as a job. It's so fucking moronic how many people, like, just expunge tens of hundreds of dollars on streaming. And largely, you know what streaming does for most people? It ruins their enjoyment of video games. That's it. That's what it does for most people. Pele, what's up? You have a good night. And thank you. No, this is an adamantine spire right here. See? It's right there. All right, well, I've accidentally dug into this cavern. I do still want to use this as my minecart spot, though, so let's hack down some trees. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Well, we need to end up here, so... For a point to be made. Half the time, I don't even feel like I'm making a point. Half the time, I feel like I'm just making a fool of myself. But, you know, at least you think there's a point being made. I guess that's a benefit to somebody. Every single time I go full screen, I'm just sitting there thinking, man, chat thinks I'm an idiot. That's called self-doubt. All right. But yeah, no, genuinely, the majority of people who dedicate tons of hours to this hobby just end up ruining video games for themselves. Suddenly constructing in caverns. Let's go. How are you not dead then, Elfie? I don't think I should buy a cat waifu, because if you're buying a waifu, I'm pretty sure that's human trafficking. Just putting it out there. Cat or otherwise. Also, if you're looking for positivity in me, you're in the wrong place. You do not get the VTuber appeal. All the big ones are literally just the idol industry. Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Do you get the idol industry appeal? Because, you know, it's a really big industry. The idol industry. So, I mean, largely, I would argue, it's successful for the same reason the idol industry is successful. It's a very particular market, but it's a big market. And I ain't even talking about Flea Market Montgomery. Multiple. Dozens, probably, Shaku. There's awesome VTubers out there. There's 1,000% awesome VTubers out there. But the cost to entry for being a gimmicky character stream is way higher than the cost to entry to just buying a headset and with a shitty gaming microphone on it. That's good enough to get you by so that you can stream and practice and decide if it's something you actually enjoy doing enough to pursue it as something more than a hobby, which is the point of my entire conversation. Just wanted to say idle. I got you. Cool. I don't know. So I come from an era where I need to say this really carefully, Anander. I come from an era where if you streamed without a cam, you were weird because you're hiding yourself, and I don't trust you. And I still kind of feel that way. I felt that way about character streamers, and I kind of feel that way about VTubers to a degree. When I say character streamers, I mean people like Future Man, you know, people who dressed up in a costume. And the reason I feel that way is the absolute worst fucking people I've ever met in this industry that have fucked with people and wrecked people's lives are always people that hide behind something. Don't show their face, usually. And having experienced that enough times, I am perpetually sketched by people who hide their face. If you want to hide your face, don't use a cam. That's fine. But also, I just kind of accept that I'm not the audience for it. So, on paper, I have no issues. Personally, they creep me out. It's for the same reason, like, if I see somebody kickstarting a video game and they're not using a real name, I just assume that they're going to take the money and run and not make the video game. It's like, okay, well, there's no accountability now. But, you know, the industry has changed and people have changed in the last almost 15 years, I guess, that I've been interacting with this industry. To a point where I would say I'm less concerned with it now than I was back in the day, but there's still a concern for me. I don't give a shit, Pink Doubled. They might be, though. I used to joke about this all the time, which is just like, do whatever you want while I'm streaming, but like, if you're jerking off, please mute me. That's weird. That's about it. No, see, here's the thing. It's got nothing to do with generations. People talk, like, that's actually a thing that really weirds me out about VTubers, is people talk about it like it's this new crazy thing. It's not. And if you think it is, well, what? Stop smoking whatever you're smoking, you idiot. It's not a new phenomenon. We've had character streamers that have used puppets. We've had character streamers that have used costumes. We've had character streamers that have used cartoon images that are animated. We've had character streamers that used early versions of face rig. We've had character streamers that have dressed up and pretended to be a vampire. There's a crazy psycho doctor that I think still streams. There are people who play super over-exaggerated versions of themselves. We've had character actor content creation as long as the industry has existed. I mean, one of the original most popular guys from back in the day was fucking Angry Video Game Nerd. That's a character. He's playing a character. That's not the way he acts in real life because he's playing a character. And that's all that VTubing is you're playing a character. And that has some positives. The first positive is that you get to hide your identity, which is great for some people who don't feel comfortable in their own skin. Like Anander was saying, like if you're a trans individual, it's a really good way of representing what you want to be or how you see yourself. However, there is a problem with being a character, and it's the problem that Future Man ran into. It's the problem that several older friends from back in the day in the industry ran into, which is sometimes you get tired of the character that you're playing. And now suddenly you're streaming and you're tired of the character you're playing. I think some VTubers have like combated this issue a lot by doing like costume changes or like new model reveals and all that. I want to say bullshit, but that's being like mean, which isn't really my intention. Because I think this is kind of an interesting topic. But what often ends up happening is a lot of people will, like they've managed to combat that in a way that I think is admirable. Just by, you know, coming up with different variations on their character and whatnot. But still, there's the reality of a lot of people get bored of the character that they're playing. And so suddenly, if you've spent, let's say you're not an artist, right? And you're buying your models. Okay, let's say you spent $2,000 on a very high quality model. And you've streamed with that one model with a very particular character type for a particular amount of time. And then you start getting tired of it and you don't want to do it anymore. And then you get burnt out. To me, as somebody who streams as himself, myself, I don't act much different in real life than I do on stream, aside from my talk less. Believe it or not. I feel like that's a dangerous thing. Because if you're playing a character, you are suddenly exposing yourself to all of the potential problems of every single other character streamer. Which is, what if I get tired of the character I'm playing? So, this was a much longer rant than I intended it to be, but... like, for me, the most important thing is I want to still be doing this in 10, 15 years. Good luck. I mean, if you want to learn how to do commands, just look at the other commands people are typing in. I don't have a commands command. I'm sure you can figure it out, though. You're already in the wrong direction, though, Pink Doubled, so yeah, maybe you won't figure it out. Anyway, I want to still be doing this in 15 years, and I don't want to be sick of it. And I have a pretty hard time believing that people who are dedicating time to building a character, let's just say you're young, you're only starting out, let's just say for sake of argument, you're 19. You're building a character at the age of 19. And your audience recognizes that character as a brand, Are you still going to like that exact same character when you're 35? Mazuk, or Maz UK, thank you very much for the gift. Thanks for checking out a gift sub. Appreciate you. Out of the house? If you're playing a character while interacting with people out of the house, I'm sorry for you. This is why I have no friends, is because I'm a blunt asshole to people in person, too. It's like, yeah, I get it. I mean, if you want to be represented by a character, that's one thing, but I've seen some pretty extreme, like, VTubers who are, like, writing background stories and lore to their character, and it's like, are you still gonna want to be a gothic, emo, lesbian vampire in 15 years? I mean, maybe, and in which case, more fucking power to you. More power to you. Like, let's be honest, if that is you and you are committed to that and you feel like that and that's what you want to be, by all means, have fun. Enjoy it. Play that character. I have a really hard time believing that I would be okay with playing a character that I came up with X number of years ago. If I picked a character to play, what would it be? Me? Excuse me, Puny Missile. Gothic lesbian vampire. Come on, let's keep the facts straight. I don't know. I'm just like spouting out words. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't play a character. I honestly, if somebody told me tomorrow, by Twitch's contract, you have to be a character streamer starting tomorrow, I would quit. Because it's a pretty believable stereotype, probably. If I had to bet. All right, so if I go from here all the way up, where does it go? Where is this going to pop out? Perfect. This is going to go straight down to my new cannons. Have fun, Puny Missile. You uploaded it to Google Drive? I'll take a peek after stream. But also, chat, go help. See if you think that you can like deconstruct and fix some pathing errors or try and decipher what pathing errors are. If you're better at this stuff than I am, go see if you can help out Ranger Rick on the Discord. I'm pretty sure in Ander it's the law. When you have kids, they steal the imagination from you. It's sort of like if you have a soulless corporate job, they also steal the imagination from you. It's the vampire part that makes it weird. I don't know. I was just trying to add as many stereotypical words to a sentence as possible that would be believable as somebody's, like, teenage character. Or teenage caricature. Like, I don't know. I just have this weird feeling that somebody like Giant Waffle is more likely to still be streaming in 15 to 20 years than somebody who is playing an over-the-top caricature. And that's just my job security speaking. Having done this for way too long. What am I clearing in this cavern section? I'm clearing out an area for a little construction so I can build cannons to shoot at hell. You know, just normal thing. don't tell anyone that I'm still streaming. Talking to the YouTube chat for a second. Got to acknowledge them. We love them too. Lets you do some horrible things to yourself. Do you want me to ask? You know, it's quite funny actually, because I've been doing work from home for way longer than most people. Because most people, I think, started doing work from home when the pandemic hit, and I started doing work from home like, I guess 2016 was when I started-ish working from home. Paperwork? What's horrible about paperwork? Certainly worse things than paperwork. Okay, so did I hit something? Why did it stop? Oh. Well, that'd do it. Yeah, it's fine. I think if someone's imagination is stolen by kids, they're raising their kids wrong. I'm making a joke. I will always, like, poke fun at Anander for having too many kids. And if you want to know why, ask Anander how many kids he has. I mean, he's already said it. I'm teasing Anander. Don't worry about it too much. This is me, like, messing around with people who've watched my streams for ages. I know this feeling, though I can handle more than one job. Through their psychedelic eyes. That's one way to put it. The creativity of a child. You're a bit disappointed that nobody reacted to it. Anander's the person who would pop into my chat and be like, you think you got problems? I got 7 kids, although it's 8 now. As I always heard the joke for its gray hairs are inherited from the child. It's funny. Monty Python Catholic. Okay, I cannot speak to that. Anander has to answer that himself. A+. No, fortunately. There you go. There's your answer. So because I do actually have this lovely large water source here now, I could very easily, and I'm kind of planning to, channel the water this way, off the map, get all this flowing, use that for power. Nander's grocery bills is probably a skit in itself. Yeah, especially in today's economy, Jesus. Also, I gotta say, I know that I've been streaming a long time today when I realized that the timer on my closet lettuce has shut the light off. So, jeez. It's a hell of a lot better than being in the assembly line, but it's about to turn midnight and work-life balance is a thing. Probably isn't working. Yeah. I mean, it's 9 p.m. and I've been streaming for 12 hours. I've streamed a lot this week, but, you know. Elfie, don't start doodling. Isn't your wrist, like, still hurting or something? Also, I see Walnut. Shoutouts to Walnut. It's a really good name for a dwarf, I gotta say. this is a big stairway. That's Captain Amazing for doing the stair work. We're almost down, though. Once they get down to here, then I'll actually be able to build things here in a reasonable period of time, in a reasonable amount of time. Am I a reader of books? I don't read fiction. Last book I read was... it's been a minute, actually. The last book I finished was Doom Guy, Life in First Person. It was the memoir of John Romero. Sorry, I'm tired. It's been a long day. But no, I'm not a huge reader, to actually answer your question. I've never been much of a fiction person. I've always been a bit more of a non-fiction person, but I'm also not even that much of a non-fiction person. I'm just kind of not much of a book person. I don't mind books. I don't actually have anything against books. I just don't generally read books. My dad is a huge reader, which I think is kind of funny. Well, they're going to meet in the middle, so pretty soon we're going to have access to this stairway. Be very helpful. Uh-oh, I just dug out the stairway. Never mind, that wasn't so helpful. Why did I do that? I'm dumb. Okay, well. Crumble. It's okay. Just take me a moment to fix that. What kind of goals do I set for myself to keep the game interesting? Well, I have the advantage that even when the game isn't interesting, I have Twitch chat to yell at, which is an unfair advantage. But what I'll say is I try and set out, or I try and figure out things about the world, and that's largely what keeps it interesting. Once I've been playing a particular world for a while, I'm no longer playing fortresses, I'm playing the world. So I'm trying to see if I can like interact with the world on a larger scale than just the individual fortress. And aside from that, I set a few like end game goals for every fort. So I set like a victory condition basically. So when I start off, John Romero, yes, not the filmmaker. Miner's been found dead. Excuse me. Did you do that? Well, Oh. What? So, So, on all woman standards, not you, that's Dive Trade. Certainly not that chicken. What the hell happened? So clearly there was, Did I interrogate? Oh, okay. Ah. Oh. Huh. So, a while ago, I interrogated a random monster hunter that wandered in the fort because I thought they seemed kind of suspect. Well, this is interesting. And you want to know why this is interesting? This is interesting because I actually know who the boss is. I've never seen that before. So I know Control Rivers was a thief who was listening and under the control of Sathet Yawning Homage, but Rort Tufted Clasps, whoever that is, runs this organization. So let's skim this real quick. Made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was too afraid to not comply. Onul was an assumed identity. Their name is Suthet Yawning Homage. They used Runvale Ruthless as an alias in the past, and the subject has used Tor Lovecloudy. I've seen that name, as well as Soth's Scorched Ships in the past. They started embezzling funds. So this was that person that I interrogated on a whim when they came by randomly and then immediately forgot about because my fortress erupted into violence. So he tried to steal items plotted to steal. Artifice of Ores. That was one of my items. Plotted to infiltrate the Rock of Artifacts in the year 134. He plotted to steal some of my artifacts from my previous fort back in the 18s. Man, I really, really wish that we actually had the proper, or the full, I really wish that we had the full end game for villains in the game already. No, so for clarity's sake, Shaku, those weren't thefts in my fort. None of them were. None of the items were successfully stolen from my fort. I would have seen that. Game would have told me. But I guess that explains the random fighting. We must have, like, figured out that, and that must have caused the fighting. But I don't think that person died on my map, otherwise it would say that they're deceased, so that person at the very least got away. And go raid their town. Yeah, I mean, that's what adventure mode is for, right? Like, if you've had somebody who's been stealing your stuff for a while and you're kind of tired of a fortress, you retire the fortress and then adventure mode to where they are, or were, or live, and then kill them, take all your stuff back, and then go start a new fortress with your stuff. Like, that's kind of an adventure mode thing. Find out where the boss was. You just kept hitting their location with raids until that individual died in combat, and the closest you could find, that was the closest you could get with fortress mode. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we need to do. I just need to interrogate anybody who seems risky about this subject. Like, I'm going to interrogate you, and I'm going to interrogate the random dude I have in a cage, because we'll see. Probably won't find anything new out of it. Wait, what? Totally missed what that was. Oh, Lanix ended a mandate. There we go. Saw Lanix's name for a second. I was like, what? What did I do? All right, well, anyway, I fixed the stairs. Anyways, I know that sometimes I have unpopular opinions, but at the very least, I hope that when I'm rambling about things like VTubers and this industry, I'm at the very least making some sense to somebody. Because I do honestly worry sometimes that I'm just a bumbling old man who just has outdated shitty takes. That's like actually one of my bigger fears. Good question. I have no idea. Doubled. Make more sense than most people online. Well, that's good. Speak for yourself, though. You're gonna skedoodle for the night? You have a good night, Elfie. Tonight's almost becoming one of those nights where I need someone to give me $100 and tell me to go the fuck to sleep. I don't know why I'm still streaming. I shouldn't be, to be honest with you. Wasn't planning on streaming this long. Here I am, still streaming. You love your rants because you're authentic and honest. You also tend to agree with what you say. It's really funny when I get comments from people who do not agree with anything that I say. Like, every now and again, I'll get a comment from somebody that'll be like, could you just shut the fuck up about your dumb opinions for one? Like, okay, got it. Definitely. On it. Be sure to do that going forward. Like, and you think that's gonna make me stop? Follow the lead of the bean. Never! You're not my mom. Night, night, Elfie. See you Tuesday. And you're watching DF while playing DF. Hey, you know, there's worse things you could be doing. You could be playing poker on the internet. Right, so Montecore has claimed the Metalsmith Forge. I'll keep an eye on that. And I'm just slowly starting to prep for dumb endgame things. You just deal poker IRL? I feel like you're not the first person to talk about this, my chat. Someone else who watches my stream is a poker dealer in Vegas, which messes with my brain a little bit. Doesn't make it a good use of your time. Just because there's plenty of people out there that make a living trading stocks doesn't mean it's good for most people or many people to trade stocks. Just because there's a lot of people online who make money trading crypto doesn't make crypto a good investment or a wise use of your time. Just because there's plenty of people that have made a lot of money on buying and selling NFTs doesn't make them a good investment or a good use of your time. Just because there's plenty of people out there that have made a lot of money buying and selling Nintendo cartridges and inflating the market doesn't mean that it's a good investment or a good use of your time. Just because there's people out there that do it for a living doesn't make it a good investment nor a good use of your time. So stating that there's a lot of people out there that are playing poker, online poker for a living, doesn't change my statement or my argument in the slightest. It just makes me roll my eyes that you are having that opinion. In internet real life? I like that conclusion, Devilish. There's also plenty of people out there that, you know, are respectable, smart individuals who have full-time jobs and work and take good care of themselves and smoke heroin, or rather, smoke crack, or speed, or stab themselves with needles with heroin. There's plenty of recreational drug users out there. However, that doesn't make it a wise thing to do. Plenty of things out there that are terrible for you. I'm very anti-gambling, so, you know. I know there are some people in this chat who like gambling, and that's fine if you do. I am very, very, very anti-gambling. So when I see people who are just like, there's people doing that for a living, it's like, yeah, fuck off. Who cares? It doesn't change my point. Yeah, no, you should definitely try to play poker for a living while being a VTuber and also, like, stabbing yourself with needles filled with potential horse tranquilizers. Yes, that's absolutely a good way for you to spend your time. Nailed it, Panda. You have friends that have been gambling addicts since middle school? That's really sad. I have addictive tendencies when it comes to gambling, so I stay away from it like it's the goddamn plague. And we had a plague recently, so I actually have a direct, like, one-to-one comparison now. Certainly. I'm kind of about the same as you, Pandarific. I just think that it's a funny argument. It's like something is automatically not a bad thing just because some people do it for a living. Okay. Some people are like professional human traffickers. That doesn't make it a good thing. Just because some people do it for a living doesn't make it positive. We found out that people don't. A+. A+. That's a lot of tickets. I've seen that many before. Mark Pryor. Montecore has created Gongith Kokeb Anir Mosas, or Moses, a bronze short sword, and offers it to the Pointy Rock of Artifacts. Congratulations, Montecore. This is a fancy sword. This is a bronze short sword. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of bronze. This object is adorned with hanging rings of dog of Limukatan leather. Okay. And menaces with spikes of brown zircon and pigtail and citrine. On the item is an image of a giant deer in brown zircon. On the item is an image on the item is an image of a giant deer in brown zircon. On the item is an image of Touch Helpful to Sienna Ranis, an adamantine crossbow, and diorite. On the item is an image of a full moons in goblin cap. And you didn't miss money if you lost it? Yeah, that makes sense. You know, it's funny, me talking about how much I hate gambling as chat's gambling their fake money that doesn't mean anything. I just think it's kind of funny and ironic. That's all. We'll use chalk for these. Fuck off and never bring that up again is my answer to that. Pink doubled. Maze Dwarf just dominated a rock. Yeah, that'll happen. You weren't expecting that. If you have a squad that's like medium high skill or higher, they can defeat almost any of the default mega beasts without really flinching. With the exception of dragons sometimes. because fire, but generally they outperform most people's expectations, I find. No, I time you out for bringing it up again. That's... I told you. You didn't accept my warning, so... See you in 10 minutes. I mean, I did tell them pretty straight. So... There are certain questions that I'm just so tired of people asking me on the internet that when it comes up, it's like, all right, goodbye. See you when you come back, if you come back. And that's where I'm at. Can't engage? Mm-hmm. Just don't. It's not worth it. You're always only caught to gamble what you can afford to the use, so useless points are as much gambling as I do. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I like drinking and watching other people gamble. I'm just gonna ask Devilish Potato and Frog for Hire. Look at the person I just timed out for 600 seconds. Smile, nod, and drop the subject. That's all I have to say. Silly to type or otherwise. I maxed out my level in a game I didn't like. I got Pirates of the Caribbean, the PC game, which is a very bad video game, for Christmas for my aunt one year. And it was a video game that I got, so damn it, I played it. It wasn't good, but it had a poker mini game at the beginning that had like all of the movie voice actors in it. And it was, I guess, kind of my poker night at the inventory because it was a playable, I won't say it was good. It was a playable poker mini game. And you could, like, the money that you would win in that game, you could spend on levels for the game itself. So, like, I hated the gameplay so much that I went into that mini game and I just played poker for like 6 hours, basically, and then maxed out all my abilities and then just raffle stomped the rest of the game. Creaturekeepers is the name of this fortress. I put the name of the fortress in the title of the stream. Yeah. It does kind of sound like something that would be a mod, though, doesn't it? Either to bed or to work. We'll decide after breakfast. Already tripping. So this is the very, very, very start of what we are going to use to siege hell. In order to do this, I'm going to have a way of easily getting these minecarts back up without having to see the demons. I'm going to have multiple shots, and I'm going to have to reload them a lot. It'll be easier to do this. The highest ranked dwarf in the metropolis? You mean like nobles? We have a barony. But that's what this is going to be. This is going to be a not rapid, but a automatic to a point shotgun, minecart shotgun. Because demons and whatnot are immune to fire, I can't use lava, so the repeating ones are a non-starter. but I'm thinking we're going to use serrated metal discs, perhaps crossbow dwarves, if I can make space on the inside here. We'll dig down in to the underworld, release them into this tunnel. I'll probably extend this tunnel so that it's a little bit longer, and then just start hammering them with discs. Probably, but I can't see that being particularly effective. I mean, I could also build a, like, I could very easily build a lava shotgun, like, right here. So maybe I'll do that as well, just for the sake of, experimentation. But this is obviously going to take a while to build. This is probably going to be most of next week. So hopefully by Wednesday or Thursday next week, we'll be sieging Hell. Launch gold statues? No, we ain't going to be launching gold statues. That would be way too slow to fire. No, likely what we'll be doing is probably spiky balls and serrated discs. That's what we'll probably be doing. Combination of the two, spiky balls and metal discs. But, you know, it's a pretty solid setup at the very least for the beginning. But we are going to be able to go there. Glass discs. Number one, there's no glass on this map. And number two, no, metal discs. There's no sand on this map, so I don't have any easy access to glass. We'll be using metal, which is fine. 89 coke right now. Yeah, I'll be using bronze and steel discs, likely. Dropping them? I never tried lead blocks. How effective was that? I don't have much lead on this map, though, but we do have plenty of steel. Oh, I see. I'm actually not sure how many bars they take. Yeah, heavy minecarts can be okay. Does clay discs exist? No. Just glass and metal. I don't even think wooden ones do. Do wooden discs exist? No. You can't make spikes, though, which aren't particularly effective. So the way down to hell is literally this. This is that long way down. Goes all the way down. Very much all the way down. And that's probably going to be where the majority of the dwarves are going up and down for a while. Also kind of curious, how many bedrooms do I have set up? Okay, we actually, everybody has, more or less everybody has beds, which is actually a really kind of a surprise. Made you think of a scene from Ghost. Not sure what you're referring. I'm assuming you're talking about the band, so I'm not actually sure what you're talking about. Lead blocks were very effective. Never tried it out of a shotgun, but took out 10 demons partly because of the blocks blew up a bunch of limbs. Oh, true. Yeah, and then falling down 30 levels of stairs, and then even more damage. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I've never tried blocks. I always try fancy like propelling systems to speed things up and whatnot. Something else that's quite effective if you've got a silly brain. Is if you throw, if you put ballista ammo, so ballista arrows, into minecarts, those are kind of effective. But, you know, I've literally just been, firing minecarts full of just random weapons that the goblins bring, like this stuff. And even that's been really effective, so... Okay, yeah, no, I'm not familiar with this movie. You had to look up the names because you didn't remember the actors. Fair enough. How's your dwarf Cleo? Let's check. Once you've started a player area, there's no way to expand the play area. No player fork. Cleo is still alive. I wasn't sure if you were. You are a doctor. You're currently doing some construction, which means you're thirsty and drowsy and have been walking down these stairs for way too goddamn long. You are impervious to the effects of stress, which is probably the reason you're not dead. That's the biggest advantage I would say that your dwarf has had their entire life, is being impervious to the effects of stress. Yeah, I'm kind of amazed by the falling downstairs thing. Because I've never seen that, but believe it. I mean, especially after the insanity I've seen with ramps recently. Actually need these to be slightly further apart. There we go. Did they take on the wood's color? I can't remember. I don't think so. I know they used to, but they also used to take up 3 tiles. Now they only take up 1, which I kind of don't like, but... Adra the Metal Outlaw has grown to become a peasant. Welcome to the realm of adulthood, Adra. So this first one's gonna cancel. Right there. I kind of have to wait until the miner gets down here. Work time, JJ. We'll see you when we see you, dude. Yeah, being impervious to the effects of stress is really helpful in a very violent fort. Yeah, today is actually the first day of this fort in a while that we've had some peace. I feel like I've seen that movie, Arlancer. You set up a fort in a really large play area and then reclaim it with a smaller footprint. Nope. Once you've claimed an area, done. Basically, if you want to pick out the perfect location, my advice is to pick a location don't prepare carefully and immediately embark. And then if you decide you don't like it, hit this button and then quit without saving. That's my advice. Or on older versions, crash your game. Because then you can just like try like 5, 6, 7, 8 different embarks. Like we tried a bunch of different embarks before we actually got this one. That's what I usually do. But when you reclaim, yeah, you don't get to resize it. Just stays the same size that it was. Oh shit, did I screw this up? Yep, I screwed this up. God dang it. What size do I play on? It changes every map. I can't remember what this one is. I think this one's 5x5. But I very rarely play the same map size twice. The only one I don't really do are these super small ones, because I... Meh. That's my opinion. Meh. They're an interesting construction challenge sometimes, but I don't really like playing in tiny forts. Like to embark in the 16x16 to scope out the place. What if I told you you could, like, I'm pretty sure you can just uncap that number in the game files. There we go. Getting large serrated glass discs. Or not glass discs. Large serrated discs. Set up down here already. This is going to be for wrap components, large serrated discs, and spiked balls. That's it. And just metal. All the quality. They're not weapons, so start getting those brought down. I'm going to add another line of floors. And I'm going to get this stuff made into an infinite stockpile. I think. Vandrific. You can't, for you, Max is 6x6 with only one cavern layer in World Gen? Now, is that like a PC limitation or a mental limitation, Clairvor? With the size of the entire map. New early... I was gonna say, you know, adventure mode is... I think I'm too tired to, like, fully understand this joke. I think that's the case here. Let's go once again. Spiked balls. Serrated discs, and I guess I could also throw axe blades in here, but whatever. No bins. No bins. New minecart route. Go here. We're going to call this Demon Cannon. Yep. Very, very apt. None of this. All of these for my own sanity and less buttons to click. And down at the bottom here, I will assign a minecart. What should I use? Go with the tower cap. I was gonna say that's why I said I think I'm too tired to understand this joke, Ledge Kindred, because it's like in adventure mode you can just go anywhere though. But I think that the point of the joke is that they were saying just make fortress mode look like adventure mode, but I might be mistaken here. I'm pretty sure that's where the joke was intending to go. It's just it whoosh right over my head. Not when launching the material, not unless you're launching the minecart at a thing. If you're launching the minecart at the thing, then the weight of the minecart does matter. But I'm using this just as a infinite stockpile. Literally is all that I'm using this for, because it's gonna take a while for dwarves to haul stuff down into here. It's gonna be a slow process, so I'm getting this infinite stockpile going early so that I can just, start queuing up steel, essentially, making steel bars, and then as I make discs, they're going to move their way down, but once they hit here, they're just going to immediately go into that stockpile. Shutterbug, thanks for continuing that gift sub. And thank you for the notifications and money. It's been a very long stream. Today's probably one of those streams where I haven't made minimum wage, but that's okay. Yeah, April is the intended release date, or the announced release date. The Forgotten Beast Uxu Aspid has come, an enormous one-eyed tarantula. It has a short trunk, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poison bite. And it's in the level where it can't get to me, to my knowledge. I don't think this layer has any access to anything I've done. Crampton, thanks. Okay. Calrer, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. And Crampton, thanks for the gift. Appreciate you too. One-eyed spider seems like a downgrade. Yeah, it's like they started to make like a dick joke and then gave up halfway. I mean, poison bite, meh. What's it really gonna do? Bite me? I'm just gonna carve all these out and build up a wall here. I realize most of these aren't currently accessible, but for the ones that are, we'll start digging. And they'll be able to get everything along here. Let's just double check. I do need to check usable weapons because I don't see anybody hauling down here. Yeah, whatever. Might as well. A couple extra buttons to hit. Also, tarantulas don't make webs, so no, not uh-oh webs, because tarantulas don't make webs. If tarantulas made webs, then, well, we'd have a bit more of a concern. So I'm just gonna build a wall all the way along this. Kind of my plan here, because I kind of want to seal myself into this little cavern This side's already sealed, so that's good. But this side's a few Z levels tall. Cheers, Mako. Thanks for the conversation and for participating in the chat of the chat room. Means a lot. Helps me get through my work day. Ah, there we go. Yep, nope, that was absolutely the problem. Turns out. Okay, so now the last thing I need to do is I need to go all the way down to here. All the way to the bottom of this, and I need to make you fill from the correct stockpile. That literally was the issue. All I needed to do was, you know, make them usable, I guess. Several of them are no longer used. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm so sketched out by mods. I've had so many years of mods just getting broken. I'm breaking games. Goblin Overlord shared a rumor from abroad. Speaking of... No new pertinent information was revealed. Subject revealed that they made an agreement to become a resident here. Okay, well, I mean, that is true. Dude keeps sharing rumors from abroad, but then not spilling the beans when I try interrogating him. Thank you for the $5, Mazuk. Just missed the hype train window, unfortunately, but you did extend it slightly. Thanks for the bits, dude. And Salty wants you to post beers, chat room, so maybe you should post beers. Oi. That's sometimes a no aquifers one. I mean, that's not even a mod. That's just an advanced world gen setting. Like, you don't actually have to mod your game to do that. Also, are you using the one that ClinoDev made? I'm pretty sure that's a ClinoDev TM modification to the video game. Yeah, I would never play without aquifers. Aquifers are far too useful to ever play without. Something else I'm going to do down here is I'm going to... Oh, man. I was going to say I'm going to place some tables and chairs down here. Make a dining hall. What else can I do? Let's make some copper statues. Sometimes you just don't feel like aquifers. Fair enough. I would agree with you if all aquifers were heavy aquifers still, but ever since they added light aquifers, it's like, oh yeah, no, all aquifers are good. Every map needs an aquifer. But I feel you though. But yeah, it's an advanced world gen setting. But the mod is just, you know, one click fixes all, I suppose. Nope, you cannot overpressure aquifers. Aquifers are very simple systems. These kids have been training their whole lives for this. You just run a search for light aquifers only? Sure, that's also an option. You know, I will be honest, I don't know why I'm still streaming. Like, kind of, actually, not entirely sure why I'm still streaming. I'm just kind of like in a groove right now. Sort of, yeah. You know, it's funny. Like, there's times where like people ask me, they're like, "Do you have fun playing this game?" And like somebody asked me that earlier today. It's like, do you like playing this game or is it just your job? And And I sort of like, I understand like the question, because I know that it's a pretty common thing that streamers often learn to dislike the games that they play. But at the same time, like, do you honestly think I would have willingly played this game for 13 hours? We've had good chats. Fort's been a lot of fun. Like, conversations have been good. Like, yeah, okay, like, one person, I had to time out one person today out of principle. And I had to ban one person today who's a known person who tries to harass me generally pretty ineffectively. So we had 2 annoying people, but that's about it. Really, it's just been like entertainment all day without much issue or hiccup, which is nice. And I'm sitting here and it's 10 o'clock at night and I turn my stream on at 9 o'clock in the morning. And we had a 45-minute lead up and then it's just been Fortress mode since. And that's kind of a lot of time. Don't gloat. It's not going to get you anywhere quick. What's this sidetrack for? So that I can get the minecarts back up without my dwarves having to walk down here, because the idea is this is going to be full of hell, right? So I'm going to have a little tiny powered mine track to slowly truck the minecarts back up to probably up to here. Like, I'm thinking about knocking down this wall up here. And going up this way. Because, like, I could do that, or I could do, like, 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay. I could either do that, or I could do something a little bit less direct, but I really don't want the dwarves to have to run past it. Minecarts for your obsidian farm? Start with an infinite stockpile, and then transport it from infinite stockpile to infinite stockpile is what I would generally say. Because I'm going to end up with a little dining hall here, basically. So I'm going to incentivize dwarves come down here and hang out. You know, and just spend time down here. Put a little food pile over here. Maybe extend this out on this side. And this area is going to be allowed, and this area is going to be allowed. And the idea is they're going to be here, and then I can just tell them to go fire, and they can hang out here and drink and maybe sing songs if I extend the floor enough. We could make this into its own tavern down here and everything, and it'll be its own little zone. The dwarves can come down here and relax and enjoy themselves while they fire off minecarts into hell. Literally. I think it'll be a pretty cool aesthetic, if nothing else. I could make it a siege operator guild hall. I mean, then I'd need some sort of actual siege engines. You know what's funny is my Baroness is a siege operator. I'm pretty sure. Or no, she's a mechanic, I think. Pretty sure she has skills in siege operating. Running out of Coke again. So plan things that I'm going to need to get done before this is probably ready to go. I'm going to need a lot of spiked balls, and I'm going to need a lot of discs. So I'm going to need a lot of metal, so I'm going to need a lot of forges. So I'm probably either going to A, move my forges down here, or B, move a selection of forges down here. Spiked balls and serrated discs is what I said. Budgie, don't you put words into my mouth, or anywhere else for that matter. So that's going to be kind of the main next series of projects for this fort. It's going to be getting stuff down here. Also, chat room, can you do me a humongous favor? There is an obnoxiously distracting dancing dinosaur halfway up the chat. Could you guys type in a few lines to just make it go the fuck away so I don't need to bop the person? I'm tired of staring at it. Really distracting. It's been your medical history since you had... Oh, boy. Thanks, chat. I have been streaming for 13 hours. I'm getting a tad bit irritable. Somebody asked something really dumb that I didn't want to answer, and so I timed them out, and so their response is to gloat, which is a really bad thing to do in my brain. So if you want to piss my brain off, gloat at me. So I'm just erasing that so it goes away. So actually, it's kind of funny. People always ask me to have way more constantly moving emotes for animated emotes. And the reason all my animated emotes are pretty simple and subdued is because I find them very visually distracting. Whenever Twitch adds a global emote that's very visually distracting, it kind of irritates me. It's like, come on. 13? Yep. Yep. In a day. But, you know, we're having fun. What? It's not the direction I wanted it to go. Why did you do this? I guess probably because it doesn't know how to path up that way. Okay, well. I'll mine through this wall then. Did I how'd I stabilize happiness? Keeping bad things from happening and giving the dwarves a bit of a break for a while. But mostly the first thing, just keeping bad things from happening. Sitting down for 13 hours sounds like a nice, happy place. Snow shoveling, it always does a goddamn number and a half on my back. Like how to gain 40 years and in 2 hours or less, shovel snow for a day. Evil rain that you thought gave them negative syndrome to be angry gave them any syndrome and your dwarves just actually... Didn't give them any syndrome and your dwarves just hated me. That's very funny. That's very, very funny. Like, wow, the rain makes them angry. No, rain just makes them angry. Was it actually evil rain, though? Or was it, like, you mistaking evil rain for something that wasn't actually evil rain? Kind of want to put bars at the corner because I think the visuals of that would be nice. Yeah. Blue pungent ooze. Okay, so that's probably just like, cause like rain by its, like dwarves getting rained on upsets them. So that's probably just a worse rain. Rain, but worse-er. So yeah, no, I mean that is kind of that is a bad thing. You don't really want to mess around with that sort of thing. Although the thing that you didn't see in regards to the like stabilizing of moods, it happened a couple more times. We had, I think, 3 total brawls that cost a lot of dwarves' lives today. It's a good number. Rather alarmingly large number, even. I believe that there's a separate message for getting caught in evil weather. Yeah, there's also like a specific notification for evil weather too. I need coal. I need to find coal. Because I'm running out of coal again. Actually, hold on. Coal down here. Nope, not that I'm seeing. Tetrahedrite right over there. This is the layer where coal starts. Is the red cavern floor due to it being a deeper cavern? I have a question. Are you colorblind? 'Cause I'm pretty sure it's purple. But yeah, no, it's different cavern layers have different type of moss. Or is that red, Chad? Or are my eyes falling apart? Like, what color is that, the deep cave moss? I'm pretty sure it's purple. Played Baldur's Gate. Nope, no interest. You see purple? That's what I thought. I've always thought of it as purple. Now I'm questioning everything I know and believe. Never have been, never will be. What you looking for? Leon runs. Is it Leon runs from zombies? Is that the full name? It's maroon. Ah. This reminds me of that bit from Wreck-It Ralph when he's like, "It's not pink, it's salmon." This day is one of my favorite lines from a movie, just period. There's something hysterically wonderful about that line for some reason. It's a lot of lemonite. It's not on screen right now. It's the color of the moss down at the bottom. I'll point it out in a second. I'm just looking for coal. There's the amount of coal. Santa hasn't come yet this year, unfortunately. Goal would be the command you're looking for then, which chat's already found for you. There's a bunch up here, but that's off the edge of the map. It's native gold. Which I do need to mine eventually. There we go. There's some coal. Cassiterite. Also this. See to priority 1. See to priority 1. Let's prioritize all this up to 1, even though it's just magnetite mostly from what I can tell. Random gems. Random gems, random gems, random gems. Okay. Well. Really need to get lava into the fort. But, okay. Ad break. I was gonna say, I'm feeling like ads should be starting pretty soon, and then bang, they finally did. That's good. More or less, we've kind of completed all of those goals so far. We're getting ready to siege hell in the next couple of streams. So, we've captured many beasts. I'm gonna have to reroute these guys down to hell to fight with hell. Hey, Tobes. What's up, dude? We're gonna have to obviously get better fuel sources up here so that I can make more weapons. That or alternatively, start making a shit ton of charcoal, which I really don't want to do. It's the only tree access I have is in the caverns, which requires me using the caverns for everything, which is kind of a pain. So I could just, like, forbid all these forges up here and move everything entirely underground, but I really don't want to do that unless I have to. So, yeah. Kind of a slow process, I suppose, at this point, because we're going to have to increase our output, but I don't have much I can increase the output by. Hope you're doing well, Tobes. So, honestly, I think we made some pretty great progress today, chat room. Although, admittedly, part of that progress is due to it being an absurdly long stream. Like, an absolutely absurdly long stream. So, things that we're going to need to do in the next stream. We're going to need to power this. I have to get power to here. As you can see, I'm slowly getting these levers hooked up as time goes on. We'll also have to get minecarts into these, which will also just kind of happen as time goes on. And then once, you know, we've got this whole system set up and ready to go, and we have enough ammo for it, and by that I mean at least every single minecart is full, and this stack is again off the screen, then from there we'll be able to start digging into hell. And while I'm doing all of that, we'll continue doing the other goals for this fortress, which are, you know, slowly building up side projects, constructing things in the spire itself. We're also going to have to get lava up and into the fortress. Going a bit better now? That's good to hear. I'm doing all right, dude. Yeah. Been a slow January, but surviving January slowly. But chat room, I've been live for 13 hours. I actually stated earlier in the stream today that I wasn't going to stream for like 13 hours because yeah, anyway. Oops. You're welcome. I think it's time for me to shut the YouTube stream down. Chat room, we are going to wind down now. It's time for you guys to lightly prep yourselves for a raid, though. YouTube chat, those of you lurking over there, if you'd like to go on a raid with us, you got to pop over to the Twitch stream. Otherwise, thank you very much for hanging out. The next guaranteed stream is Tuesday.